Imagine a hero shooter where the hero never showed. Imagine a game with a player base that just refused to grow. A 5v5 hero shooter with gameplay that's just okay, and characters that remind me of Tupperware and white bread. No, I'm not talking about Overwatch. Please stop bringing up Overwatch. This game is not Overwatch. It's actually something else. Imagine a game with a story that no one watches. A game that costs $40 that Sony totally botches. It has all my favorite characters, like Lemmy, Dawn, and Craig. At least, I think that's what their names are. I never bothered to check. Concord like the grave, your legacy is safe as a game that no one played, and a price that no one paid. Boop-a-doop-ba, deep-a-doop-da, scoop-a-boop-ba, beep-beep-beep-beep-beep, phlegm. Concord was about as good as accidentally peeing on your own leg. Concord, we're here to lay you to rest. We know you tried your best. You copied so much cool stuff just to turn out lame in the end. I'll never forget my favorite moments, like when Hot Sauce Guy jumped. Remember when he jumped? That was really cool. A rat just ran by on my desk, and even the rat didn't want to play Concord, even though I blessed him with the chance. The $40 he could afford, but the rat just stared on in a trance. Rat, 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 rat. Concord's dead. Rat, 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 rat. Concord's dead. The Costco guys made more money than you. They were just on Jimmy Fallon too. Imagine Lennox being on Jimmy Fallon, because I literally can't. The rat on my desk is eating all my Cheerios and grapes, and also Concord is dead. Concord like the grave, your legacy is safe as a game that no one played, and a price that no one paid. Rat-a-ta-ta, beep-a-da, boop. Skim, milk, the rat freak, doo-da, doo-da. A guy said he really liked it, and then a bunch of rats ate his face. That's the sound he made when Concord passed away. I wish things turned out different, but either way I'm getting paid. Concord's dead, Concord's dead, and boy is my face red. When the game came out, everybody overslept. Concord's dead, Concord's dead. Holy crap, Lois, Concord's dead. When the game out, people played everything else instead.
Time to play the game.
Oh Herman, dear Herman, what have you done? Turned PlayStation's kingdom into a graveyard of fun. You bet all your chips on a long service spree, but the fans only asked for Bloodborne on PC. You whisper to Aloy, you'll lead us to gold, but all that we got was the same game result. Like your service dreams, oh they burned in the night, like a Discord server in a fanboy fight. Spin, spin, Herman, dance through the fire. You sold us the dream, now you're stuck in the mire. Light service graveyards, abandoned and cold, like a PS portal nobody holds. Towers of gas stations climbing so high, but no one can see through the cash grab disguise. Fair games, oh fair, what a terrible name. Stealing from the rich, so he's playing that game. You said lip service is future, just give me some time. But now you're demoted, oh what's a decline? Naughty dog stranded, the last of us cursed. The only thing alive is your PR rehearsed. Spin, spin, Herman, your fate is unkind. Jim Ryan has left you, now watch Sony blind. Your horizon obsession, your service collapse. Your legacy's buried in overpriced scraps. A decade you reigned, but the players withdrew. Aloy can't save you, she's also confused. The fans wanted Kratos, they wanted a thrill. But you chased dollar signs and swallowed the pill. Spin, spin, Herman, your tango is done. They stripped you of power, they fired the gun. The studios are tired, the players all fled. Your legacy lives, but only in red. Spin, spin, Herman, your tango is done. They stripped you of power, they fired the gun. The studios are tired, the players all fled. Your legacy lives, but only in red.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad to have you. It's going to be a good day. We have a lot to do today. Lots going on. As my voice gives out, I don't know what the deal is, but apparently I'm dying. How is everybody? Good? Hopefully you're good. I don't know why my voice, I don't know what's happening. I'm dying apparently. How is everybody? Everybody good? Feeling good? We have a good number of things that are happening today. Of course, the biggest one being the PlayStation Showcase. Sorry, State of Play. That's later today. And we're going to be watching that. We're going to be checking it out. We're going to do our predictions and run through those. Jacob, are you in here? I'm not sure if I saw if Jacob was in here yet or not, but either way, it will be a good time. We're going to do that. We're going to run through predictions for that, predictions for the Xbox Showcase as well, I think, and talk a little bit about what happened yesterday because it was insane. And then we're going to probably wrap up with Summer Games Fest predictions and stuff because I leave in the morning at like 6 a.m. headed to the airport for that, for Summer Games Fest and everything. So it's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good time. Yeah, we've got to talk about the frickin' Mind's Eye stuff because, oh my God. Just when you think it's bad enough. Ooh, let me tell you, it gets worse, man. It gets worse. Where is it? Yeah. Yeah, it gets worse. Yeah, I also found out that X apparently has support for a bunch of GIFs and stuff, including GIFs of yours truly. I didn't know this, but you can actually find GIFs of me. Somebody clipped a bunch of them. And so now there's that. People started like posting GIFs of those. So there you go. Who knew, right? Who knew? But yeah, in case you missed the story, we'll talk about it more in a minute. But Mind's Eye developer executives have started to leave. So the CFO resigned, and the CLO, chief legal officer, also have both left in the weeks before the game launches, which is not great. It's not great. We need a Jor GIF. Yeah, dude, how do you add those? Because yes, absolutely, we need the GIF of Jor. We need that. I will use that a lot. A Bite Size, are you in here as well? Are you in here yet? Bite size comes by every once in a while. I have something I want to show you. If bite size is in here. So just keep me up to date. Oh, you want to know the other thing that happened? One of you madmen emailed me and was like, hey, I want to send you a present, dad to dad. And I was like, that's sweet. That's sweet. As long as you're not like going crazy. Right. I should have known when he said dad to dad, but he got, I gave him the address for our business mailbox thing, which is a secure way to do things. I've told you guys, if you want to like send me a postcard, you can do that. But you want to know what this man sent me? Again, bear in mind, he said dad to dad, okay? You want to know what he sent me? Shout out, it was from Noah, and he left a note simply saying, from one dad to another.
David Roberts donated $10 through Super Chat. I've been thinking constantly about Rematch by Slowclap, same publisher as Sifu, since the beta closed Sunday. Did you play any of it? I think it's gonna be massive. RL plus FIFA Pro Club.
Yeah, I've heard really good things about it. I've heard people really like it. I've not tried it, but I've heard people like eat it up. People are really loving it. So maybe we'll try it. But yeah, after I got this, I'm gonna be a dad. It's kind of crinkly, actually. I gotta like wash it. But yeah, it's I should have known. I should have known. Once I heard dad to dad, or from one dad to another, I was like, that should have been the red flag right there. But yes, thank you, Noah. Thank you, Noah, for that. That's very kind of you. Very kind of you. I don't know if I'll wear it to anything at Summer Games Fest because, you know, who knows? It would be really funny to like show up to a PlayStation event or something wearing that. But I don't know. I'll wear it. I'll get it. I'll get it. I have something else to share with you guys too, but it's specifically I want to see if when Bite Size is in here, I want to show it to him. So yeah, there you go. Wear it when you have Jor on. Yeah, but we can't acknowledge it, okay? When he says nice shirt, I have to just, what over there? We can't acknowledge it, okay? That's the key. This channel is all about gaslighting, okay? That's the key. Imagine she's there. I mean, anybody who sees that, I think would have to just start applause. Because, I mean, it's just so fantastic. Luke, thank you for 6 months. You must wear the t-shirt for Father's Day. I think you're right. That is the ultimate t-shirt for Father's Day. Yeah, I think I do have to do that now. So yeah, there you go. Oh, I love it. Okay. No, it isn't. And gaslighting isn't real. Good job. Good job. Nikki will love it. She does not think those memes are as funny as I do, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Real quick, let me catch up on these. Thank you for the 100 bits, Ark. Luke, reaction today if you got time. Yes. I mean, I think we've got 3 hours before the showcase, or sorry, state of play happens. So I think we have plenty of time to do it. But we've got that. And yeah, so I think we'll have time. Right, Rob, also thank you for the 100 bits. Hello from Germany. I really like your content. I'd love to hear your opinion on Hell is Us, not from a technical perspective, but regarding the world and the lore. It seems really interesting. I think that's one of those games, you know, as we discussed previously, it's like you either connect with it or you don't. Either you love it or you hate it, just based on like the structure of the gameplay. But if you can get over how they structure like questing and objectives and stuff, I think it's very compelling. It's very, very interesting. You know, it's one of those games that I think you'll really only start to understand it after like 10, 20, 30 hours. So you have to get there, but I'm very intrigued by it. I mean, some worlds, some game, you know, worlds and stuff, I just kind of mentally check out immediately. It's just like, okay, is this just like weird for the sake of weird? But this one, it actually seems kind of compelling. So I'm excited to check it out in its final form. Real quick. Oh no, it's retro. I love names that rhyme. Thank you. Just gifted 5 subs over on Twitch. Welcome everybody. And if you just got gifted a sub, join our Discord. Join our Discord because we have all sorts of memes. We have all sorts of things that we do while hanging out over there. Oh my God. I just saw this one for the first time. How dare you? N did that one. That's upsetting. Okay, what? Okay. These are getting uncanny. These are getting weird. Breaking news, Texas has passed the Praise Be bill that requires all teachers praise and acknowledge our Lord and Savior Todd Howard. May Todd be with you. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, I don't see Bite Size in here, but I'm going to show you guys anyways because it's funny to me. And maybe Bite Size will see it after the fact. Bite Size, when he was in here, you know, he's our resident expert in King Cobra. JFS. And he let me know that King Cobra is on Cameo. And for $5, he'll tell you something. So I asked him to give some advice to a very important person in our universe. And Cobra actually did. So just take in the wisdom from King Cobra. He recorded this, I guess, on his computer and then filmed his computer with his phone. So forgive how dirty the screen is. But he did leave us a message. Embark and embrace the wisdom of Cobra.
Todd, do not screw up the Elder Scrolls 6. It's been ages since Skyrim, and if you can't play it or it sucks, we will have to use dark magic on Todd as punishment.
So you heard it here, Todd. You can't screw it up. You heard it here. You can't. Average GameStop employee. How dare you? Okay. Anyway, yes, definitely get in the Discord because you can enjoy stuff like that. We also, of course, have the pet appreciation corner where people can post pictures of their doggies, cats. We've had some lizards. I don't think we've had like a tortoise or anything yet. Will Luke's new dog knock off a piece of gaming merch behind him? Yes, it's why I'm one of the reasons why I'm scared to bring him down here. But we have some very cute members of our community in puppy and kitty form. These are good too. I like these. Oh my gosh, little Romeo as a co-host. Okay, those are cute. That's cute. 1 year old. Oh, so sweet. So sweet. And yes, I hope to bring Romeo back into the studio soon. He's just a puppy right now, and so he is either super hyper or he is like peeing on stuff. So we'll bring him in. We'll bring him in at some point. But I want to make sure when I bring him in, he's like chill and he can hang out with us. And he's not just like running around eating Legos and stuff, which would be bad. Dogs, I'm told, should not eat Lego. So we're going to try to avoid that. And once he joins us, you know, we will all shout for joy. He should have never shared that clip with me. Let's be honest. He's regretting that right now. 1000%. 1000%. Yep. Okay. Well, all of that being said, we have a good number of things to get through before the showcase later. Once the showcase gets closer, we'll swap out the thumbnail and the title. I just figured if we have it as like reacting to the PlayStation showcase right now, people are going to come in and be like, what the hell do you mean? It's in 3 hours. So we're going to chill and then we're going to get there. Let's see, where was I? Oh yeah, I've got to finish catching up on this. Have I seen the trailer for Jump Ship? I don't think so. I don't think so. Jump Ship. I don't know what that is. Jump Ship. Oh wait, no, this one. Yeah, this one. It was ID at Xbox. It's the like space co-op game. Looks interesting. Looks like it could be fun. But yes, I have seen that. That does ring a bell. The name didn't pop off for me, but I do recognize that now that we've seen that. And let's see. They do have a demo for it too. Ooh. Might have to check that out. Let's see. Ashen Warden, thank you for the 5. Sigh, I guess it's fine. It's that time of year to go put on my Bloodborne clown makeup. Also curious what your favorite Zelda games are. I mean, I'm relatively new to the Zelda universe, so my precious is Breath of the Wild. I know that makes me seem like a Zelda grifter or something, but that's the one that I just lost myself to. I could not stop playing that when it came out, so I'm gonna say Breath of the Wild. You know, some people are like Wind Waker. Yeah. I don't think there's any wrong answer. I should be cautious before I say that, but I don't think there's necessarily any wrong answer. All those games are baller, dude. They're all baller. Will I be replaying will I be reviewing Dune or playing it on stream? I don't know if we'll be playing it on stream. I do plan on playing it and maybe making a video or something about it. It does seem interesting and I do want to give it a shot. So we'll do that. But will I like spend streams playing it? Probably not. It's a little bit more niche than my general audience is, but I do think I will check it out for sure. Okay. Otakaudi, maybe. Thank you for that. Prime over on Twitch. S-Tech, thank you also for the sub with Prime as well. Thank you guys. And then Oh No It's Retro also subbed after gifting 5 subs over on Twitch. Very generous, guys. Thank you so much. I also have a new puppy, 16 weeks, lab. Ooh, so she's, or he's super hyper, I bet. Romeo is a hound, and so he's pretty hyper already, but he is now 10 weeks old, and he's just a little ball of energy. Tell you what, he is a ball of energy. But his legs are so short that taking him on a walk gets him exhausted very quickly. Very, very quickly. He's just like, I don't have energy, I'm so sorry. He just eventually gets tired and he just sploots out on the grass and just lays. He's like, I don't want to move. Carry me. Carry me, please. He's funny. Okay. Yes, to be clear, everybody who just got a new sub or membership, to join our Discord, there is no invite link. Any invite link you find will be old and not work. To join, you simply go into your Discord app, go to the little user settings gear button. There's a tab labeled connections. You connect your YouTube or Twitch account to that, and then you automatically get added to the server. Super easy. You just have to go through that hoop initially. Sometimes it gives you a headache and it might make you fully disconnect your stuff and then reconnect. It just depends, but yeah. Check out the stream chat room. Why? What? Oh my God. How did you do that? How did you do that so quick? Holding up the t-shirt with it. I don't understand. I don't understand how you did that so quickly. We got a Yeti holding an I'm Gonna Be a Dad shirt with Bella Ramsey's face on a King of Queens meme before GTA 6. So there you go. How did you do that, Nico, so quickly? That's insane. Also, you should have the OG badge. Boom. There you go. You got the OG badge. Yeah. This is how I feel about that. Yay. Oh man. Can we explain the Yeti? It's because I will occasionally share with you brain rot, and I showed you guys this clip of a Yeti. It's on TikTok. It's a new channel over there, but people are using AI tools to make like the outdoors boys or outdoor boy, whatever the channel is, where they go and like hike and set up camps and do outdoorsy stuff. But they changed it, so they started doing clips with a Yeti instead.
Who knows what's at the top of it? By the way, what the hell is an outdoor boy?
It lets the others know.
So yeah, we looked at some of those clips of just AI brain rot. And so people started making AI versions of me as a Yeti. And that is the explanation of it. There's not much more to it than that. Okay. If you were hoping for some really cool, deep explanation, nope. That's it. that is all of it. But hey, there you go. Now we have Luke as a Yeti, and I appreciate the layers of memes within and references within one single picture. The watch, the keyboard with the wood palm rest, the shirt, the glasses, the skull, the play buttons in the background. It's all very good. It's well executed. Yeah, it's layered. It's layered. I appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, this was the first one Nico did. When you find out Concord has been shut down. It's just so sad. Lost. Okay. We should finally talk about this stuff. Let's see. Let me finish. Been seeing you for a couple of years. Always felt your face looked familiar. Couldn't place it. Hit me today. You look like that wrestler AJ Styles. If I Google AJ Styles, is it going to be like somebody from, like, am I going to get in trouble if I'm going to Google it before I share screen. Okay, it is an actual wrestler. You think I look like this dude? Mountain Man. I mean, I'll take it. Don't get me wrong. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. What's the other one? There was like some there was some show with Captain Hook, like it was one of those like, yeah, this guy, Once Upon a Time. People said I look like this guy back in college. I'd get that. But I think it's because I did theater and we'd have to wear eyeliner during some performances and stuff. So I've gotten told I look like this dude, but People tell me I sound like Bob Odenkirk a lot. I don't hear it. I hear my voice, but whatever. That's a handsome woman. Yeah. Ernesto, thank you for the super chat. Hello from Brazil. Would love to talk to you about the Enigma of Fear, a cool Brazilian indie game. Oh, cool. Yeah, join if you can. Join the Discord. Pop over there. We can chat about all sorts of stuff. You can pop the trailers in there and start a conversation about it. Escanor, thank you for that one. Hey Luke, this is Todd's mom. Can you say Sean to stop releasing? Oh, tell Sean to stop releasing free updates to No Man's Sky. He just did it again. Toddy wants to release a paid one. I'll send some emails. Yeah, I think it's really insensitive of Sean to do that as well. I think so. I agree.
Gavin Beard donated $9.99 through Super Chat. What do you think the true reason games take a whole console cycle to make? Are games truly so complex now it takes that long, or do you think it's poor management? Miss getting trilogies on one console.
I think it's a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but largely games just take that long to make now. Player expectations are crazy high. Like, you know how recently Battlefront 2 has been popping off? Comparison. There we go. Battlefront 2 has been popping off, and a lot of people are like, see, you know, that we had Battlefront 2, the original, back in the day, and it was amazing. Why do these games take so much longer to make, and why are they so much more expensive to make and stuff? But if you look at the comparisons, like the side-by-sides of environments, of course, even back in the day with like less impressive tools and stuff, it was easier to make the left compared to the right. Just the layers of complexity. You not only have to have way more complex shaders, you have to have more complex materials work, modeling, like everything is overhauled to get this running. And player expectations are way higher now as well in terms of performance. People back in the day, I mean, even 10 years ago, a mainline AAA game like, say, a Last of Us or an Uncharted would launch at 30 FPS, and that was fine. Now, people throw a fit if you don't have at least an option for 60, and it better look good at 60 too, not like crap. So player expectations have risen and the standards have risen, and it's not just like an easy multiplier to just crank the dials to get things looking better and running better. It takes more manpower, it takes a lot more time. And because game design and game development is really iterative, it means when you have to undo stuff or redo stuff, it's really time consuming. It just is, you know? And so paired with that, you know, also cost of living has increased significantly due to things outside the games industry, but that means the cost of leasing your office space, cost of server infrastructure, costs of healthcare for your employees, of dental plans, of insurance, all of that has just skyrocketed, you know? It just compounds.
Caleb donated $10 through Super Chat. Hey Luke, just yours and chat's weekly reminder about how Mr. Me popped his cherry. Big girl too, I hear. Room for a bear and some nuts on her back. If I'm cursed to remember this, so are you.
I was just starting to forget it. For anybody not familiar, somebody named Mr. Me, who I don't know, is Mr. Me here? I don't actually know. Mr. Me came into chat and left a very I think it was like a $50 super chat or something, and explained how he popped his cherry in graphic detail. And now we have to live with that memory forever. So there you go. Yeah. What a Chad. Yep. Good for him. Yeah. I do think it's in part because industry demands and the shifting priorities of big publishers want these big, expensive projects that they can milk for years to recoup their investments. Yeah. Well, and I mean, the industry has also changed a lot. It used to be like a pretty linear, like one-to-one relationship. If you spent, let's do spending in red, the more money you spent largely meant the more money you would make. In some cases, it might even increase. So, you know, if we say the money maybe I do it this way. This is the budget for the game is the red line. And then the revenue is maybe something like this, where once you get to the point where you're spending $100 million on a game, your profit is significant versus the margin of profit on a smaller, like $50 million project, or $20 million or $10 million indie project where you don't make a lot of money. And this was true for like the PS4 era, where you could spend AAA money and you would get AAA returns. Now, that doesn't really hold true anymore. We've seen some colossal flops. Just because a developer or a publisher spend $200 million on a project does not mean that gamers will agree it's worth that. It used to be that you could kind of get away with just, oh, it's a movie franchise and it's a big AAA budget. We combine them. Boom, we make lots of money. Or you know, it's even just an IP or a franchise you've heard of before. Here's a new AAA version and it does decently well. Now it doesn't hold true. Gamers are much more careful with their money, and they also don't tend to put up with as much crap as they used to. They just don't. Even for some industry darlings who used to be able to get away with that stuff all the time. I mean, you remember back, we actually looked when we did the Starfield video. We looked back at reviews for like Skyrim in 2011 and Fallout 3 in 2008. And we found reviews from those time periods that were actively excusing buggy gameplay, poor performance, the fact some quests were just broken in the game at launch. And they were hand waving it away because, like, well, it's the Bethesda charm is what they would often say. Now, that's not a thing. There's still a couple of companies that can get away with like poorly optimized games or with like substandard graphics and stuff. And so there's some examples, but it's fewer and farther between than it used to be. And so I think gamer standards have just risen, and as a result, companies have to do a lot more work. And so we get hopefully better products at the end of the day, but it just means they take way, way longer. This generation, though, especially, you got to remember that a lot of time has been wasted on live service stuff on the part of like first party developers from like PlayStation. I mean, you had Naughty Dog spending 4 to 5 years on The Last of Us Online, and that went like nowhere. They started work on that in like 2019. And of course, they were finishing the core game, Last of Us Part 2 at the time. And then it spun off into its own standalone project later on. And they were working on 2 projects at the same time. They canceled both of them at the end of the day. And now they're working on Intergalactic and another secret project. So who knows? But part of the reason I think it feels like there's been such a glut of content on the single player AAA side has been because, you know, PlayStation largely led that charge through the PS4 era, and they've been fairly absent compared to last generation for sure. But Xbox has weirdly been kind of picking up the slack, you know, coming out with Indiana Jones, with Love It or Hate It, Starfield, with a lot of other massive projects. So it's cool to see. Let's see. Multiverse, thank you for the 2. Fortnite is the reason for this current industry. I think it's for games like Everywhere / Mind's Eye. I think Fortnite definitely is the inspiration for that. 1000%. Max Lewis, thank you for the 5 as well. Hi, Luke. Will you be trying Dune Awakening? Yes, I've always wanted a game set in the Dune universe, and it looks like a decent survival game. Yeah, and the devs know what they're doing. I do plan on trying it. I was actually just pulling it up on Steam before the stream started, so I might try to add it to, I don't know if it's actually Steam Deck supported, but I'll add it to like my laptop for while I'm in LA. Okay, got that. Joy Zero, also thank you for the sub over on Twitch. Thank you. Have you seen a trailer for a game called Covenant? Not a recent trailer, but I've been curious what you thought of it. That sounds familiar. Covenant game. Legion. First person dark fantasy game. You play as a messenger sent from above. From the developers behind Call of Duty and Doom. Oh, so it's a brand new team. Legion.
A great sword guards the city, and it faces every way.
Another bird falls from its nest. Then come and let us have words. 100 kingdoms could not stop what is coming.
Avery V donated $20 through Super Chat. Hi.
I kept waiting for it to keep reading. That's, hi, Avery. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the 20. That's very generous. Thank you. Yeah, this looks interesting. When did they first reveal it? April 2025, December 24. It's an FPS Souls-like. Interesting. Who knows? Maybe we'll hear more about it today. You never know. Maybe. Interesting.
Uniform She donated $10 through Super Chat. Hello.
Thank you for the 10. Yeah, just throwing money to say hi. I mean, hi. Glad to have you. Thank you. And then Lance7 over on Twitch. Thank you. Meta Etna, thank you for the first time message. It says hi as well. Hi, glad to have you guys. Metal, thank you for the 5. What up? What's up? Okay, should we get into some nitty gritty? Oh, I was like, why do I have this bookmarked? And I'm like, oh, it's just because I thought it was a good piece of advice. The life you're living today is the result of decisions you made 10 years ago. Let that sink in. I agree. And whenever you're thinking of doing something today, remember the you 5 years from now, 10 years ago, or 10 years from now, will have a very strong opinion of what you did. Okay. Okay. So just think of it. Think of it. Do things for future you. I was 8. Explains a lot, man. I don't know. 20 months. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby, indeed. Concord, thank you for the 10. Hola. Hola. Hola, indeed. My later me is going to be pissed. Dude, just remember, at least you're not like one of these people that has a crippling addiction to mobile games, because there are people like that. You guys know occasionally I pop in and I'll follow the latest news and updates for like DSP. Apparently he got a $1,600 tip. Somebody gave him through PayPal $1,600 on Friday, this past Friday. Imagine getting $1,600 cash sent straight to you as a gift, okay? He took that. Do you want to know how long it took it for him to spend it? Within 24 hours, we know this because people track it, he had spent close to $1,400 on a mobile gacha game. It was like $1,380 something. Within like a day. Gone. Like, imagine having that level of addiction to a mobile game, okay? No matter how bad your life may be, at least you're not like that, okay? Okay? So just, smile. Feel like, you know what? It can always be worse. At least I'm not like that, Take it, smile, appreciate what you have. Appreciate that you're not in that kind of spot. I would feel bad for the guy if he weren't like begging for the money and then wasting it like that. Like at that point, I don't feel that bad anymore. If he asked for help, like, yeah, let's put him in rehab. Let's figure it out. But at this point, I don't feel that bad. Yeah. 1,300 on black tar heroin. At least then you're getting something physical. Like he's gambling for sweaty JPEGs of wrestlers. Like, have you actually looked at that game? Okay, then we're going to talk about Mind's Eye, I swear to God. But WWE Champions is like the stupidest game you can imagine, okay? It is a Candy Crush ripoff game that's like a match 3 gem game. And so like this is what it looks like. You like match gems and then the wrestlers go and fight each other and then you gamble to pull cards like this. Like just imagine how sad your life would be if you were spending your mortgage monthly on that. Like I can't even fathom the depths of depression your brain must be in. Like it's got to be horrifying. At least with heroin you get like a physical something, Yeah, it's the stupidest. Yeah. It's officially I started thinking about it and it corrupts my mind. It corrupts my mind. I can't handle it. Speaking of corrupting your mind, Mind's Eye is coming out soon. Okay, let's talk about this. Let's finally do it. IROXZ, also thank you, by the way, for the show off tier membership. 20 months. Ooh, baby. Almost to 2 years. We're on our way. OMG, Luke justified heroin. Yeah, there you go. Who's DSP? He's like an old school YouTuber from like 20 years ago that refused to go get a real job after his viewership fell off. And he's just like a well-known e-beggar and like scam artist. Scam artist is generous, but yeah, scammer maybe more like. Nerdy Giant, thank you for the 10.
Giant donated $9.99 through Super Chat. So supposedly the executive from Build a Rocket Boy has left the studio.
Yes, let's talk about that, Nerdy Giant. Thank you for the intro. Yes, as Nerdy Giant points out, maybe I should do it this way for Jacob. So Nerdy Giant with a very generous $10 super chat asks, or doesn't ask, says more like, so supposedly the executive from Build a Rocket Boy has left the studio. Build a Rocket Boy, in case you're not familiar, is the company that is making Mind's Eye, which launches in 6 days. And you're almost right. You're almost right, Nerdy Giant. but I need to put an S on one of those words. Supposedly the executives, 2 of them, have left the company. Now, this first initially I saw floating around actually from Cyberboy over on X/Twitter. He sent out a post. I can show you Cyberboy. He put out a post where he said, Build a Rocket Boy CFO and CLO, Chief Legal Officer, have announced they are resigning today. And initially, I couldn't find clear verification of this. It turns out the reason for that is because these departures were announced on LinkedIn. One of the individuals, the CLO, he has his LinkedIn set to public so that like you can actually see it yourself. The CFO has their LinkedIn set so it can only be read if you are a connection of his, if you like are like Facebook friends, basically. So we can't see that. But employees have come out and said, yep, no, they've left. This is not going to come as a surprise. This is not great. This is bad. As MR3D dev, this is a huge red flag. Time to pre-order. This is not good. This is as bad as you could get, okay? When you start to see executives jumping ship, it should concern you. And I just want to see this little snippet from Cyberboy, who also has a YouTube channel, where he shows some of these screenshots to explain briefly what's going on, and then I'll explain why this is such a major red flag on top of everything else.
7 days away from launch from Mind's Eye, and yesterday, on Monday the 2nd of June, both the Chief Financial Officer, the CFO, and the Chief Legal Officer, the CLO, both announced their resignations from Build a Rocket Boy. Now, these are some of the most senior people in the business, and there's quite a bit in this video that I kind of want to touch on and go through, and yeah, let's just start from the bottom. So firstly, where did this information come from? Well, last night I received a couple of messages from Build a Rocket Boy employees, both former and current, and they all sent me LinkedIn posts from both the Chief Financial Officer and the Chief Legal Officer. Now, the Chief Legal Officer actually supposedly resigned a few months back, but it was only announced today. But the Chief Financial
basically said he's going to be leaving, and then it was made official today. Just like when somebody's like, hey, I'm going to leave in a month, or I'm going to leave in 2 months. That's what happened with them.
Officer, apparently no one was aware that the Chief announced today, but the Chief Financial Officer, apparently no one was aware that the Chief Financial Officer was resigning. It kind of came out of the blue and from nowhere that anyone can really understand. Now, one of the questions I had for a couple of Build a Rocket Boy employees was, why would the Chief Legal Officer announce their resignation on the same day as the Chief Financial Officer when the Chief Legal Officer had resigned some while back? I thought maybe it was to do with an embargo or contracts or NDAs or something. Supposedly not. More realistically, it's to do with some of the stuff that's happening within the business and some of the backlash from the community and the wider media. A popular theory, and it is just a theory that I've seen from Build a Rocket Boy employees,
A game theory.
is that it's just to kind of publicly distance themselves from the business and to say, we're not part of this.
Yeah. Here's the deal. There are plenty of other examples of executives that leave a company shortly before everything implodes. Okay? It's happened before, unfortunately. And so it's not crazy to see this kind of thing. Let me see. I actually did look up some examples in history of executives leaving right before like a major product is launched or before some scandal is discovered, because again, it's happened before. So WorldCom, for example, was one where basically there was an accounting fraud back in 2002, and the CFO was responsible for all of this ultimately because he's the head of the financial arm of the company, and so he ended up getting booted out as a result of that, and then everything went upside down. Toshiba also overstated profits by about $1.2 billion from 2008 to 2014. And as a result, their CFO, Takeshi Fujino, resigned in 2015, shortly before the scandal was fully revealed to the public. Freddie Mac, back in 2003, also understated earnings by $5 billion and was fired in 2003. Initially, it appeared like a resignation, ended up like getting booted out. Gustavo Arnal, the CFO of Bed Bath & Beyond, they basically were led into a financial crisis. They needed to file for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, which was not great. It was also caught up in a few controversies over pump and dumps, like schemes with the stock to try and turn it into a meme stock like GameStop, which was a whole other thing. He actually ended up jumping from a building before all of that was fully revealed, because he probably would have gone, either had his finances ruined, or he would have potentially even gone to jail. And unfortunately, there's many, many other examples of companies where executives bail before the ship starts to fully sink. Another example, a little less dramatic, I guess, would be Sefton Hill and Jamie Walker from Rocksteady. They notably left Rocksteady just a handful of months before Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League was to be released, which was a red flag at the time. It really seemed like, hey, you founded the company, you were the director of this for ages, why are you bailing now? Oh, hello, my babe. Isn't she so cute in her striped overalls? How are you? You brought me a coffee, thank you. We're talking about executives who get caught up in messy situations, and then I was going to make a bad joke, but in some cases they end up quitting and leaving before it's fully revealed. So we're having a time. Yeah. Real quick, what's your prediction for the state of play? What do you think PlayStation's going to reveal?
Some poop. JK, maybe it's good.
She's been hanging out with our toddlers, I can tell. Because we told Lockie, you cannot keep joking about poop, because he's at the age at 3 years old where poop is just really funny. Love you. He just wants to talk about poop and be like, hey, Dad, guess what? What? Poop. Like, he thinks it's so funny. So we told him, you only talk about poop if we're going to the bathroom or you need to go, right? It's one of the fun things you have to do with toddlers. And so he figured out he can still talk about poop if he follows it up with the right thing, where he goes like, hey, Dad, poop. And right as we're about to say, we don't talk about that unless goes in the potty. So he found the cheat where he's like, I'm talking about where it goes. I'm not wrong. It's like, I'm saying what you said. Poop goes in the potty. And I'm like, you're right. But he's too clever, dude. He's too clever. Oh, yeah. You got to watch out. Yeah. He's already finding exploits. Yeah, dude. He's crazy. This kid's going places. Yeah. He's a smart little fella. Dude, he can do like puzzles. Like during nap time. It's not really nap time anymore. He's a little bit big for that. But instead of napping, he wants to do puzzles. And he will do puzzles that are for like 10-year-olds. He'll do like 80-piece, 100-piece puzzles. And he's 3. Like, they're supposed to be doing like 10-piece puzzles where they just kind of like roughly put them together. It's really not hard. This kid will just sit down for like an hour and a half and just work through these puzzles. There was one where it's like 4 puzzles in one box and all the pieces were mixed together. And over the course of like an hour and a half, this 3-year-old separated all the pieces, was able to figure out which ones were for each puzzle, and then put the 4 separate puzzles together. Each of them like 40 pieces or 50 pieces or whatever. I was like, dude, that would have given me a headache, and you're already doing it. Like, he's a smart cookie. I'll tell you what, he's a smart cookie. So, anyway, like father, like son. I was big into chess. I learned how to play chess when I was like 3-4 years old. I think 3 is what my dad told me. So I've always liked chess, and maybe, you know, he'll get there too. But right now he likes his puzzles. He really likes puzzles. Yes.
Shout out to the chess club.
Indeed. But going back to the topic we were mentioning previously. Okay, so all of this to say, going back to the thing with the business, when a CFO, a CLO leaves the company, you have to kind of pause and ask why. Why would they be leaving? Because again, in a week, at this point, less than a week, they're launching their first game as a company. Like, this is hopefully going to be a big triumphant moment for the company, and they would want to be aboard the ship when it comes into town and docks with the celebration of the locals, right? But instead, they are hopping onto a life raft just off the coast and heading to a different shore. And you got to pause and be like, why? Like, what do they know that we don't? Because they know everything that is going on behind the scenes, more than has been made public, certainly. So why are they bailing? Why are they bailing? Well, historically, you know, maybe they both just separately decided they wanted to try and become professional golfers or something. You never know. Maybe it's just an independent coincidence. Maybe. Probably not. But maybe. Most likely, and what I would allege is possible, hypothetically, allegedly, is that there is something going on behind the scenes that once the game comes out will be revealed that they don't want to be associated with, such as maybe really bad financials. When you see the CFO leaving ahead of time, often it's because they're trying to separate themselves. You remember, I don't know why I say you remember, because you probably don't. Enron. Enron was a massive company. This thing was insane. Like, you should watch a documentary on Enron at some point, because the whole thing is just ridiculous. Like, they were at one point trading options for weather. Like, you could trade, like in the stock market, you could trade the weather. Like, it was insane. They were caught up with like a few presidential candidates. They would also do this thing where they would sign a deal where they're like, hey, we're going to do $1 billion worth of business with X company over the next 10 years. But they could claim that they made that money today on their books. So it would make the company look phenomenally successful when it was not at all. That deal could fall through, in which case they would just write it off with net operating loss carry forward. So it would make their tax liability zero. So it would just, again, inflate the numbers, especially with investors that were caught up in the dot-com bubble, just throwing money wherever they could. And you can see what kind of happened over the course of the company's life, where it skyrocketed, was super successful, and then plummeted to zero, largely because of these guys. But what happened is this guy, Jeffrey Skilling, he ended up going to prison. He's actually out now trying to start, guess what? A new energy company. Yes, he's out doing stuff again. But he ended up going to jail. I believe Andrew Fastow also went to jail as well. And specifically Jeffrey, he ended up resigning shortly before the full scandal was revealed, because he was like, he knew what was going on behind the scenes. He knew the whole thing was phony. And so he tried to get out and be like, I remember what he said during the hearings was, when I left Enron, we were in a strong financial position. And that's all he would say, because he wanted to separate himself before the full thing was revealed. Now, am I saying that something akin to Enron is happening with Builder Rocket Boy? No, I don't think so. I think what's more likely is that they have squandered a lot of investors' money working on this Anywhere, Everywhere project, which is supposed to be a sort of Fortnite ripoff. And the money is largely gone. Mind's Eye is not ready, and they're going to launch this. It's probably not going to be received too well. It's going to lose a lot of money, and the entire company is probably going to go belly up, because I think investors have had enough, which I don't blame them. And when that happens, nobody wants to be the CEO of a company, or the CFO, in this case, CFO or CLO, of a company that goes bankrupt. You don't want to be the guy that ran the finances for that company that lost all its money, because then people are going to be like, so it was your fault? You know, doesn't look great on your resume when you're trying to get your next job. Same with the CLO. If there's some weird legal stuff going on in the background as the CLO, you don't want to be associated with that. You want to go somewhere else. And that's why people are saying they're jumping ship, because, before everything happens. So I, this is just another major red flag. It's another reason to be very concerned. It's why I put the GIF, the thoughtful Luke gif, which yes, apparently you can use gifs of me on Twitter now. That's a thing. And that other people found other ones too. But that this is how I think everybody should react, where it's just, there's a red flag. This is not great. Not what you want to see. Because again, if the game were looking like it was going to be a smash hit, if it was looking like it was going to be a GTA 6 competitor, they probably would want to stay at the company to be in position when it pops off like that. Like, if you know that you're about to release a Game of the Year contender, you want to be there for that. You want to get all those accolades, all that praise. But if you know something the public doesn't, if you know that it's probably not looking that great, it starts to make sense why you might want to jump ship and bail, you know? It starts to make sense. We're starting to connect dots, you know? But this doesn't take a genius to figure out. I mean, this is the other thing. People act like there's some sort of, I got a DM. Somebody was like, do you have insider knowledge? Are you talking to people? No, it's just, if you pause for a second and look and see all the billowing smoke coming out of the building, you can probably deduce there's a fire. It's reasonable to conclude that. And in the case of Mind's Eye, there's a ton of smoke, like so much smoke. Yeah, or there's a new pope, one of the two, or not, depending on the color of the smoke. You never know. But I just think with this, it's one of the most transparently bizarre things in recent memory. It's the same thing when like Abandoned. I remember we made a video on Abandoned, and it was so hilariously fake and so hilariously bad. It was so stupid. The fact anybody fell for this was embarrassing. But we had people that were actually claiming that this was the up and coming secret Hideo Kojima game. This was what he was working on after Death Stranding. And it's like, bro, how deluded do you have to be to think that? This looks like ass. Like if you zoom in on an ass, this is what it looks like in all of its 15 FPS glory. What are you talking about? But people wanted to believe it. So they started coping, they started making stuff up, and it put the blinders on, you know? And you're seeing that to a certain extent with Mind's Eye as well. There are a good number of people out there who are very proudly proclaiming that they've pre-ordered it, that they're hopping in, they cannot wait for the game, we're just haters and stuff, that we were paid off by Rockstar or something. And, you know, at some point, you can lead a horse to water, you can't make him drink. Or you can try to pull the horse away from the cliff, but if it wants to go off the cliff and jump off, it's gonna do it. Like, at some point, if somebody wants to waste their money, if somebody wants to buy a crappy game that, you know, had tons of red flags around it, they're gonna do it. And at some point, it's just a tax on their stupidity. And in this case, I mean, I think if you fall for Freudian slip. If you fall for Mind's Eye and you end up pre-ordering that, I think you'll get what you deserve, frankly. Because at this point, I'd say it's like 98% chance that it is a dumpster fire. Maybe they surprise us with that 2% and it ends up being phenomenal. I don't think so, but maybe. But the story just keeps getting more and more insane. So there you go. Abandoned was 100% a rug pull. I think with what happened with Abandoned, just to wrap that up, is that Enigma found more. I think what happened with Abandoned is that they put out a trailer. We're shocked they got into the PlayStation Showcase. They saw that people started, and I think it actually was going to be an asset flipped horror game that was really low budget and probably pretty crappy, but I think they did have an intention of making that game. But I think what happened was they ended up getting, way more attention than they thought they would. And as a result, they then tried to lean into it with like other things hinting that they were actually Kojima. And they got in way over their head and realized they could never deliver on this. And so they just ended up running away. Dude, this one's good. Run! I think I was talking about Starfield here. I think that's what I was talking about. This is in the old house too. That studio was tiny. Run. was also so hot. I had no AC in there. Yeah, I don't know who clipped these, but shout out to whoever clipped these. This is awesome. Them comparing it to GTA is laughable. Well, they're even trying to do it now too, like the developers and publisher. They're saying they actually promoted a post on Reddit that was saying, this is a good game to hold you over until GTA 6. And they were promoting it. It was crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Is Armored Core a spinoff? 1000%, yeah. It's what's an even more ridiculous? It's an Elden Ring spinoff. It's what happened, when you go into one of the deep caverns, you find caves, and that's where the robots live. Yep. Should we have a t-shirt? Should we make a t-shirt that's just, I'm a spinoff? Is that what we should do? Because we have like the Proud Skeptic shirts. Maybe we do like Proud Spinoff or something. We could do that. That was funny. That was funny. Every once in a while, honestly, I'm surprised I don't like put my foot in my mouth more with stuff like that, because I talk and just ramble about games like all day, and so the odds are pretty high that I'm gonna like say something and it just doesn't at all mean what I'm saying it means. And it happens occasionally, but I'm surprised it doesn't happen more. Like I'm surprised I don't casually use. It's like, the funniest example of somebody using a term and they just didn't realize what it meant, or they misused it. Some of you might know what I'm going to refer to. Yeah, this musician.
Doughboy
No.
donated
That was funny, though.
$9.99 through Super Chat.
Thank you, Doughboy. Yep, Jan's got it. You remember this?
I mean, it's been kind of eye opening. I've just sort of randomly here and there picked up episodes of old shows that I hadn't watched in a long time from like the early 2000s, and just the casual the casual sort of gay humor, casual use of the hard R.
Oh, really?
It's jarring.
Really?
Yeah, it's jarring now. And
casual use of hard R.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like okay, it was an episode of American Dad, and it was just it wasn't for shock value. It was just like used.
Whoa.
Right. Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? That was in 2003.
Just get ready, because he doesn't
or something.
You might be like, also, what? They use that word in American Dad? It's because Linus thinks it's a different word.
Thing like 2002.
Yeah.
Like I'm not gonna deny that I dropped my fair share of hard R's back then, because we didn't even the term hard R didn't even exist. We didn't think about it, right? And it's funny because to me that doesn't feel like that long ago, but to my kids,
are you talking like N-word hard R?
What? No.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that's how people use that term.
No,
I think
that's
so.
the N-word. What are you guys talking about? Am I mistaken?
I think so.
No, the one with the for mental disability.
I'm pretty sure people use hard R in a very different way than you just used it.
Yep. Dude, he was so confidently, and I'll admit, I used to say it all the time. He was so close to getting canceled, dude. If Luke hadn't called him out, if Luke hadn't been like, I don't think that's right. Imagine they end the show, and then like an hour later, he posts an apology. I thought it meant a different word. I thought it meant something. People have been like, yeah, right. You just got caught. Like they would have tried to cancel him so hard, but because he was called out in the moment, and like, I think you're using the wrong word. It was okay. Now it's just funny, but like that close, dude, for something so stupid as just misunderstanding that. Oh, that was the funniest example I can remember of somebody just misusing a term and almost getting themselves in really, really big trouble. It was, yeah, this face is, it's all, This is me reading the comments about the spinoff. Luke, that's not what spin-off means. Yeah, it's okay. It happens to the best of us. What are you gonna do? Yeah. Well, you can just you can see them starting to sweat the moment that it happens. It's like, and I'll admit, I used to say it all the time too. You're like, what? Oh man. Anyway. Hey Luke, poop goes in the potty. Yeah, Mr. Mo. It sure does. Tyler, thank you for the 2. CD Power is having a red stream for Cyberpunk on the Switch. Yeah, they're showing a bunch of stuff. Seth, thank you for that one. Enron. Yes, Enron is to you as well. Indeed. And Doughboy again, thank you for the 10. That's very generous. Also, Christ off 8188, thank you also for the sub. And Loop also. Thank you. Draconic Chaos, also thank you for the sub over on Twitch. Okay. Anyway, enough about Linus and the hard R. Enough about that. Switch 2 is out today. Yeah, dude, I'll tell you what. It's always a little cringy to me when I see people that work in the industry who are trying to flex that they got gaming hardware or stuff. It's one thing if it's a sponsored post, of course, yeah, post it out, whatever, but it's always weird to me. It's the same thing when I see a streamer posting a picture of their car. What do you, stop it. Do you think I'm gonna be oh, I didn't like him before but now that's cool? It's always weird to me. It's weird to me. I don't know. If you're doing a giveaway, that's cool, but I'm seeing 50-year-old men posing with their new sticker or new box and stuff. It's just weird to me. Yeah, you should have your Todd Howard cutout and that's fine. Yeah, I mean, it's almost like when you bring your wife or boyfriend or girlfriend or something on stream. You just want to you're proud of the relationship that you've built with them. That's why I bring the cardboard cutout out. We've been through a lot together, so. And he has wisdom to impart, don't you think so as well? Johnny, thank you for the 2. Hey Luke, any chance we see KOTOR news today? I saw Maddie posted, hold on, Mr. Matty. Let's see. Yeah, this. Jack, I got to design a Star Wars. So he worked on this, presumably. And then he posted eye emoji to the state of play. Don't give me hope. So maybe. But it very well could also just be that he's oh, interesting. You never know. But maybe. Jack Flakes is his name. Jack Flakes. Senior graphic designer. So maybe. Yeah, there it is. I don't know. It's not impossible. But who knows? Maybe PlayStation has a deal with them. I don't know. V, thank you for the membership. Thank you. Glad to have you. It's not impossible. Speaking of the state of play, let's do this. Let's go through this real quick. News, baby. So, okay. The state of play. Jacob. Oh, I should say this, Jacob. Are you in here, Jacob, by the way? I've not been paying attention. I'm not sure if I've seen you in chat yet. Well, Jacob, either way, if you're in here, probably he called out. Yeah. Well, we got to go on our trip tomorrow, so he's probably frantically packing. If you're in here, Jacob, just clip this. We'll try to upload it probably immediately. Well, we're only an hour and a half away. Doesn't make sense. Well, we'll do this for the fun of it. It's fine. Real quick, I want to know what your predictions are for the state of play. Where is he? Oh, he's in trouble. That's what he is. There he is. Okay. I think, because what I was saying, Jacob, is I was like, we could try to clip this, turn it around, and post it with like an hour left until the showcase. I don't think that's super practical, to give it like an hour to like sizzle, before it actually happens. So I think probably what we do is we'll just run through our quick predictions real quick, and we'll also go through our predictions for the Xbox showcase and for SGF, and we can clip those and put those up later today, tomorrow, whatever. But yeah, I don't think we need to clip the state of play predictions, if that makes sense. But okay, new mini segment, whatever, just for the fun of it. So the state of play is happening later today, and they announced it's going, what they specifically said was it's going to have news and updates for must-play games coming to PS5. It highlights a selection of great games from creators across the globe. 40-minute show begins on June 4th at 2 p.m. Pacific, and they might have licensed music, blah, blah, but they don't really say much beyond that. It is a state of play, not a showcase. Historically, showcases are for like the biggest of the biggest announcements. Like that's when they will show off, a big gameplay deep dive of an unannounced game or something. Like that's when they do the biggest thing. State of plays tend to be smaller incremental updates and reveals, not as big of a deal. So it's not like super crucial. So I wouldn't get my hopes too crazy high. I've seen some insane predictions of what we'll see here, and I don't think a lot of them are happening. But we do have a couple of things that I think are more likely than others. Screen Rant did a little collection of biggest predictions for State of Play, June 2025. Wolverine, they have had this out there for a while, but I still don't personally think we see it. I think instead this showcase is going to primarily focus on Ghost of Yotei. I think they will announce and reveal the God of War spin-off game that we'll talk about more in a second, because more has come out about that, and it's probably not what you're thinking. And I think that they'll have a couple of focuses on, like, realistically, they might have another trailer for Marathon, because of course, and maybe some smaller stuff like that. But I'm not expecting them to come out swinging with like a new Intergalactic Heretic Prophet trailer or something. That I don't think is that likely. Wolverine, it'd be cool to see again, but I think when they show off Wolverine, it will get way more of the focus, and I don't think they want that focus taken away from Ghost of Yotei. So I'm expecting like a 10-minute gameplay section of Ghost of Yotei. I'm not expecting Wolverine personally.
Rudra
Maybe a
donated
trailer or
13
something.
Canadian dollars and 99 cents through
Thank you.
Super Chat. There is a good chance if Wolverine is the first party reveal at the end of the streams.
Yeah, there's a decent chance. And maybe what it is it's another like cinematic trailer, kind of like this one, and it just says 2026 or just says 2027 or something like that. They could do that. But if you're expecting there to be like a gameplay reveal or something, I would not get my hopes up for it. Maybe. I would love to be wrong, but I'm keeping my expectations low. So if they do that, I'm surprised and excited, but I'm personally not expecting that.
Fee donated $19.99 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
I know Naughty Dog is sticking to live action drama filled intense games, but what would it take to get another Jack and Daxter? I need some hope out here, man.
I don't know, man. I think that they are more likely to send that to a secondary team than do it themselves at this point. I just think it's so different from what they've been doing that, like, what are they going to do? A super gory Jack and Daxter game? Like, probably not. It's not impossible, but I mean, I just would be very surprised. Nerdy Giant, thank you for the 5. I think I read somewhere that Sony is opting out of the showcase formula to focus on just state of plays for now. Or from now on, maybe. I mean, I think that they realized with the last showcase that players have a certain expectation for it. When you announce a showcase, people expect heavy hitters. When they say state of play, it's smaller. It's like a Nintendo Treehouse thing. So I think they're going to save the showcases for like announcing the PlayStation 6, and they'll just go really big every few years or something like that. But yeah, I think that they're just lowering expectations so that they can surprise you. And even if they don't have anything that will surprise you, you're still not super pissed off because you didn't get your hopes too high. Could the rumored untitled Venom game be real? Maybe Venom will be Insomniac's next project. Again, I I don't think that they would show this. So unlike first Marvel Spider-Man game from Insomniac, Spider-Man 2 will not get any sort of DLC. However, a meaty side game similar to Miles Morales could be on the table. The unconfirmed Venom title was part of a massive Insomniac data breach that leaked Wolverine gameplay and other Insomniac
Lucas Reynolds
projects.
donated $10 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla 2.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Valaha. Please no. Please, dear God, no. Thank you for the 10. Assassin's Creed blah. Elitist status, thank you for the 2 as well. SOCOM and Resistance reboot, I can dream. I think that may be wishful thinking, but you never know. Sometimes they surprise you. You never know. Yeah, so this was part of the leaks and stuff. Again, I would expect if it is coming, it's probably after Wolverine. Maybe Wolverine everything got rearranged, and so Wolverine now is 2027 and that spin-off game is 26. If the Venom game still exists, because that's the other thing, is that Sony has expressed frustration over how much they have to pay in licensing for Marvel stuff. So they may not be greenlighting a lot of new projects. So who knows? Who knows? It's possible, but I think we would have heard more rumblings and rumors about it. All of the rumors right now are about the God of War 2D, 2.5D Metroidvania game, which we'll talk about again in a minute because there's more about that. But we haven't heard anything about this. So again, this one I'd put very, very low, like in a 9 out of 10 spot. You know, I think that's fair. Silent Hill 2 remake Born from Wish DLC could come in time for the game's anniversary. Again, it's possible that they got this as an exclusive or something. So it's not impossible. They're doing deals with Konami as well, but I think it's a little early. But you never know, possibly. Jurassic Park Survival could be a cross promotion with the new film. The new film is releasing in July, so that could be one of their big surprise drops because this was originally revealed back in 2023. If you remember this trailer where they showcased all this. And it looked interesting, but it's also like a cinematic trailer, so it doesn't tell you a whole lot. But I do think that this could do well, like a survival Jurassic Park game with really high production value. I think it could be cool. But, you know, we'll have to see. This seems like the kind of game that they could very easily screw up and turn into just a total dumpster fire. So we'll believe it when I see it. Judas is still missing in action. This is sort of the elephant in the room right now. It was originally slated for March of 2025. And what's fascinating is that they've said like absolutely nothing about it. It's been over a year at this point. I think it was April of last year. Yeah. That Ken Levine took the game and gave access to select creators and outlets. So like the editor of IGN, again, forgive me, I can't remember his name, Jeff Keighley, the FPS podcast, they got access to the game. They played it for a handful of hours and talked about it. And then they did nothing after that. Like nothing. And the reactions, I don't think the reactions from what I recall were necessarily like crazy positive. But they weren't negative either. Like the reactions were just curious. Like, it's very interesting what you're doing here. And what you're doing is really interesting with narrative Lego bricks and everything. But I don't remember the reaction being like, this is going to blow people's minds when they play it. I don't remember it being like that. So it's possible maybe some of the feedback they got was constructive, let's say, and they went back and started working on stuff. But either way, it seems like they've just totally missed their release window. And what's weird is that, like, this game has already been in the works forever. Ken Levine's last game was in 2013. 2013. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. So he's been AFK for a while. Not AFK, I mean, he's been working, but he's been absent from the public stage for a long time. And I think it's impressive that 2K is willing to give him so much time and money and resources to continue working on this stuff. But at some point, you got to piss or get off the pot. Like, at some point, you got to put it out there, dude. Like, at some point, you know, it's what was really crazy was how they revealed it. They did previews and then disappeared. That's not that common unless the previews aren't that positive. Maybe we have to go back and look at Judas previews again. because now that I'm pausing to think about it, I'm like, did I hear them say anything like specific about the gameplay? I'm not sure. Anyway, bro's just vibing. Yeah, he's been on vacation this whole time. Then he sat up like a year and a half ago. Was like, oh crap, we got to make a game. Yeah, this is the BioShock guy from BioShock Infinite. Yeah, Ken Levine. So who knows if we see that. I do think this is one that we probably hear about at some point this week. Whether it's at the PlayStation event or it's at SGF, I do think we see something about this or BioShock. I think they're going to reveal something for the BioShock-esque, franchises, because they're working on the rumored BioShock remaster/remake, and they're also allegedly working on, not allegedly, but they're working on a brand new BioShock game and Judas. So I don't know if the plan is to do Judas, remake, new BioShock, or if their plan is to do, remake, Judas, then BioShock. I'm not sure what their plan is in terms of order, but I don't think they want them too close to each other because I think they're going to cannibalize each other a little bit. So who knows? But I do think this is certainly more likely, hence the higher ranking. So I agree with that. Gears of War Reloaded gameplay on PS5 could be a showstopper. This is not impossible. They also, do they have... No, I'm going to go out on a limb here. Paired in the same vein as this, I think there's a decent chance we get a Starfield trailer. I'm locking it in. I think there's a decent chance we get a Starfield trailer for PS5. Maybe Halo 2? Yeah, maybe. I just think we were talking about it with Jor, and we were saying how it would be kind of weird at the Xbox showcase for a big reveal to be that one of their big games is going to a different platform, And it's like, okay, so if Starfield is going to PS5, which everybody kind of just has at this point accepted that it almost certainly is, the best place to probably reveal it is at the PlayStation Showcase. They could do it at SGF and that would be fine as well, but it's not impossible. It's not impossible. Whether PlayStation likes an Xbox game like in their show, who knows? Maybe they just put their foot down and say no, because they don't have to include that if they don't want to, in which case Xbox just presents it at SGF and it's fine. But it's not impossible, dude. It's not impossible. More Death Stranding 2 gameplay or launch trailer seems likely. Yeah, I think a launch trailer. I think an overly long launch trailer is likely. Press already has access to the game. They're playing it and reviewing it. So I think we probably get a launch trailer. More guitar fights, I think. Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 might get a teaser. Maybe. Yeah, but a tease of the game's logo and official title, perhaps a peek at the game. I think more likely they give this to Jeff, and then Jeff stands up and is like, the rumors were true, like he did last time, and it's just a logo reveal or something. It's possible, but again, it's not been that long since Rebirth, so it's possible, but I would not hold my breath. Might finally be time to show off some Ghost of Yotei. I think that this is the most likely thing we see, is that we see Ghost of Yotei. I would put this at number 1. It seems like at this point they haven't revealed a whole lot about the game, and this is the time to do it. So I think they're going to do like a 10-minute gameplay reveal and all of that. A Resident Evil 9 reveal finally may happen. It's possible, either here or at Summer Games Fest. Earlier this week, several rumors stated that Resident Evil 9 would have a 90% chance for getting revealed this week, with details provided by known Resident Evil leaker Aesthetic Gamer via Dusk Golem on X. In conjunction with additional rumors about new Capcom RE projects, it seems like likely there's more than just hearsay at play here, setting up a strong likelihood that RE9 appears at an event in the vicinity of Summer Games Fest. And this is one where, like, I think, again, it's very, very possible it's at Summer Games Fest. It's very possible it's at PlayStation because they've done a lot of work together in the past as well. It could be at either. It could be at both. It could be any number of them. But I do think a Resident Evil 9 is going to show up today or on Friday. So I think that this is also locked in. It's just less locked in for this event. It very well could happen here, but if it doesn't, it just means it's going to be at Summer Games Fest. It just depends on who got the rights first. Now, one of the very likely things to be shown off that is just totally absent from this list, though, is the rumored God of War spinoff game. So Gamer Up replied to a Tom Henderson tweet and said, hey, Tom, we will see the rumored God of War spinoff in this show. I remember you mentioned it a bit about God of War returning to the Greek saga. And then Jeff Grubb talked a little bit more about God of War spinoff as well, and rumors being Metroidvania. And Tom Henderson said, hearing a lot of scuttlebutt about the 2.5D Metroidvania game or whatever it will be like, yeah, seems to be much smaller in scale than what I initially thought. And this has been backed up also by Jeff Grubb. It seems that the initial expectation was that this was going to be a spin-off, sort of Miles Morales-esque game focused on Kratos and his origin story. That was the initial rumor and the initial speculation. Now that has morphed, and it seems that what is expected now is that it is a 2.5D spin-off project, kind of akin to what we saw with like Prince of Persia last year. Let me just show you so you kind of have an idea. Yeah. What they're expecting now is probably like a 2.5D Metroidvania style game that's God of War themed and is like a backstory for Kratos. So a much smaller budget, can be made by a smaller team faster, and it's just sort of a smaller thing if you want more God of War content that is not a massive $200 million project. Now, I know some people are like, ugh, because they were hoping for a Miles Morales style game, a spin-off game that's just a smaller version of the core games. But I think that these types of projects that used to be very common in like the 360 and even PS4 era to a certain extent, they've largely died out this generation, and we don't see a whole lot of them. But I think it's really healthy for the industry to be able to produce smaller projects like this from tighter teams. They can get these projects out faster at a lower budget, so there's less risk involved. And it also doesn't mean that they're bad. I mean, it's just a different format. It's a different form factor. And Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown was really, really good. Unironically, it is the most critically acclaimed game Ubisoft has put out in like a decade. It's really, really good. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it performed super well financially, but it's a really good game. And I hope that more publishers start to experiment with projects like this, because I think that it's good for the industry. So even if it's not necessarily your cup of tea, I do think it's going to be good for PlayStation to experiment with some of these things, that are not just like the big quadruple A budget things. So that's most likely what we see at the State of Play. I'm sure there's going to be some smaller spin-off things that we don't see coming. One of the other things that's been rumored, for example, that we might see, let me see if I can pull it up. It was revealed like 4 years ago. Do you guys remember this? Pragmata, revealed June 11th, 2020. One of you guys in chat was mentioning this.
Jordan Barazin donated $9.99 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you. But this has been shown off in different capacities a number of times. So in June of 2023, they also showed off more of it, and it definitely looked much further along, much more polished and refined. But this also is something that they are potentially going to be showing. It's just a matter of time. So this could also show up at the PlayStation event. Capcom has a good relationship with PlayStation, so any one of these projects that they've been working on could make an appearance. You just never know. Yeah. Yeah, this game has been in development for a while. Yeah, they've been working on it for ages. they've been working on it for ages. So hopefully it's closer and it's coming soon. But time will tell. We're close. In just about an hour and a half, we're going to get to see what they've been working on. So buckle up, buckaroo. There's a lot. Okay. Do you think we see Soros gameplay? I'd be surprised. I think that they save that for next spring. Or maybe this winter or something, but I'd be surprised. Legend of Dragoon remake. Maybe. I mean, any one of these remakes, remasters, spin-off projects, they could pop up to just fill time. Because you got to remember, it's only a 40-minute show. I'm guessing 10 minutes of that is Ghost of Yotei. If they do Death Stranding, that's probably 7 to 8 minutes because they tend to give Kojima a good amount of time. And so you start to run out of time to fit in other things. GTA trailer. I don't think so. I don't think so. Only 40 shows. They usually do 30-minute shows, man. I mean, typically, I think 40 is a pretty solid time. It's usually 37, 38 minutes. It's somewhere in there. It's floating right around 40 minutes. But the other thing, people have been wondering is, do they reveal the Horizon multiplayer project? And I am genuinely curious about that. What do you guys think? Do you think they do that? I'm split because I think it's about time that they do show it. But I don't think they necessarily want to stomp all over Marathon because I think they still are maybe a little delusional in thinking that that's going to pop off. It'd be really funny if it's revealed and then, we get to play it at SGF or
Jimbo404 donated $10 through Super Chat. Remember when PlayStation said they just did not have enough IPs to make more first-party games? Don't they have almost as much as Nintendo at this point?
I mean, especially if you count the legacy stuff, yeah. I think more that they're worried about franchise fatigue, so they do have a lot of huge IP, but I think they saw with Horizon being a really good example. Forbidden West did not perform anywhere near as good as the base first game. And so they're just realizing, hey, if we just keep pumping out, same with Spider-Man 2, they're realizing if we just keep pumping out the same IP over and over again, people eventually get burnt out. They just want something different. They want something fresh. And so you take a little break like they did with God of War. They took a break for a few years and then they come back with the 2018 reboot and it pops off. So they're looking to have enough IP that they can kind of bounce around and try a bunch of different stuff. And but what was weird is that they were claiming that at the same time that they also were greenlighting a bunch of spin-off live service games in the same IP. Because Bluepoint was allegedly working on a God of War spin-off live service game. Who asked for that? What? Out of all the things you could be having Bluepoint work on, that's what you assign. People just were yeah, they were doing Bloodborne. They're going to do a Bloodborne remake, which, to be fair, they would do an amazing job of. But they assigned them a God of War live service spinoff. What are you doing? Jim Ryan for you. Herman Holst for you. They thought that was a good idea. They thought that was worth millions upon millions of dollars of investment. It's asinine. Dumb, dare I say. And I mean, it's not even a really that scandalous of a claim because we've seen where that went. We've seen what happened. It's gone absolutely nowhere. They canceled it and wasted all that time and money. That Concord tax is sticking around for a while. Meaning they're going to have to be really greedy to make up for it. I mean, the money's already been spent. That's the thing, is that there's not a magical way to recoup it. It's just the money was spent and it shouldn't have been spent. And I think that that's the We joked about it that the goal for PlayStation for a long time was to put out 12 live service games and hope one or two of them pop off. And like we were kind of joking. Kind of. But it ends up that is in fact the case. Like that is how it works. They were hoping to get one or two successes out of the 12 that they were trying. So even though like Concord was a colossal disaster and there's no denying that, to a certain extent, that might have been something they like accounted for. Yes, some of them were not going to do well. This one just didn't do well. Oh well. Try again. Because they've been saying that they're doubling down. They've been saying that they're doubling down. They're going to be doing more live service stuff. And they are. They have even more in the works. So only Helldivers worked. Yeah, and they didn't think it was going to work, dude. They barely marketed that game. Barely. It really bizarrely seems like the harder like PlayStation tries with those games, the worse they do. I don't know. It's really fascinating. Will BitConnect. Hold on, I gotta pull it up. I have to pull it up. I still wonder what happened to this guy.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. What's up, 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 what's up? Big Connect! Hey, 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 everybody. My name is Carlos Matos, and I am coming from New York City, New York. Let me tell you guys that I am so
Eric Branke donated $9.99 through Super Chat. Here comes Bloodborne Fortnite.
Yeah, just wait for it. We were joking. It's probably more likely we get a Lego Bloodborne game than we get actual Bloodborne sequel or something.
world as we know it. The world is the world. We are belting the entire $1,400 on an everyday basis, 7 days a week.
Just scream BitConnect.
What? I am right now. So guys, let me tell you, I love BitConnect.
Do you want to know what happened to BitConnect? You want to know what happened to it? It was an open source cryptocurrency that was connected with high yield investment program.
Jakey donated $9.99 through Super Chat. Thoughts on getting a new look at Intergalactic this year, maybe even gameplay? And do you think Naughty Dog will be making a new IP after or heading straight into PA RT3?
I will answer that. It's about to play another one, so I'll answer that in just a minute once it plays through, and I'll go through these. But yeah, confidence was lost. The value of the coin plummeted to below $1 from its previous high of $5.25. Sad.
Caleb donated $10.
Bunch of them ran
through
away.
Super
They still
Chat.
don't know where some of these people
All 7
are.
of those people in that empty stadium are cheering their hearts out.
Yeah, dude. Well, and again, so a lot of these guys have like warrants out for them because it was like a Ponzi scheme. It was all fake. It was all fake and a scam. So a lot of these guys disappeared and nobody knows where they are. It's wild. BitConnect. Yeah. What a disaster. The SEC alleged that BitConnect defrauded U.S. investors of a total of $2.4 billion. Dude, unbelievable. BitConnect. Hey, hey, hey. Jakey, to answer that from the 10, thank you for that. Thoughts on getting a new look at Intergalactic this year, maybe even gameplay, and what do you think Naughty Dog will be making a new IP after heading straight out to part 3? I'm less locked in that they make a part 3 at all, specifically after the reaction to season 2 of the show. I think that Neil might just be like, you know what, I don't want to even deal with it again. Because if you imagine part 2 was toxic, just wait till part 3, dude. It's gonna be crazy. I don't think they want to deal with it. So I think they'll do something totally fresh. Maybe they revisit Uncharted, because at that point it will have been like 15 years probably by the time they release it. So who knows? Who knows? As for seeing Intergalactic, I don't think we see it again this year. I think they wait till next year. Personally. That's my guess. Yeah. More than Bernie Madoff? No. No. Bernie Madoff, like BitConnect stole $2.4 billion from Americans. Madoff's scheme totaled like $64 billion. Like, that's crazy. After subtracting phantom investment gains and interest, the estimated actual direct losses to investors were closer to 18 billion. It's important to note that the final payout to victims has only been around 4.3, recovering nearly 94% of the losses because they liquidated everything he had. But yeah, they did a lot. It was a lot. Bernie Madoff, literally the world's most successful thief. Like, you can't even imagine. Like, fair game dollar signs got nothing on Bernie Madoff. You talk about taking money from rich people, he took way more than anybody you've ever heard of. It was crazy. And they say crime doesn't pay. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the stupid things where, like, in hindsight, it's so obvious what he was doing. But at the time it was happening, everybody was making money, so nobody questioned it. You know, like, the market is going like this, and it goes down some years and it goes up, but generally it's going up, but it has some good years, some bad years. Bernie was always just like this. It was crazy. Like, he always was just going up and up and up. But because the people that would have been calling him out were making money on all of this, nobody questioned it. They're like, yeah, whatever. However he's doing it, it's probably not legit, but we're making money. So we'll just stay quiet. You know? It's like, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Whatever. Just shut up. It's probably a scam, but I'm making money right now. So there you go. Yeah, there's one fund manager calling him out. Then I think, was it a New York Times reporter that finally, like, did the report on him? It was somebody, not a customer. I mean, it was somebody else on the outside that finally called him out on it. Yeah. Yeah. Gaming astronomer, sorry. Thing for that one. What do you think about showcasing AC Black Flag remake this week in the upcoming events in Summer Games Fest? Any chances since no Ubisoft Forward has taken place? I don't personally think so, especially because it is now looking like it's coming in March, probably, of next year. So I just think it doesn't make sense to reveal it now. Again, I would just insist for them, the best idea is to just shadow drop it. But you never know. Ubisoft is going to have some stuff at a couple of these shows, like IGN's thing, but it's going to be small stuff like updates for shadows and stuff like that. But I don't think they should show anything. I think they should keep it quiet until they have something fresh. It's my, like, something finished, shadow drop it, or if they really want to market it, reveal it at the Game Awards, release it in March, do something like that. But I think, like, sit on it until it's truly ready. Joaquin, thank you for 28 months. Ooh, baby. Thank you for that. Thank you. Let's see. Nerdy Giant. So your personal opinion, do you think executives are starting to realize the risk with live service and we might see a rise in remasters and remakes? I think they always knew the risks. They talked openly about the risks of it, that, like, there tends to only be room for one or two big behemoths in any given genre. And so they knew the risks. They just know that the potential payoff is so high that it makes sense. You know, like, for them, yeah, we only win 1 in 10 times, but when we win, we make 15 times the money. So we just have to play 10 times, and we'll, like, the odds are we'll win one of them. And so they just, I mean, that's the whole game. It just turned out it's way harder to win than they thought, and they're way less they're worse at it than they thought they were. Sit on it until it's truly ready. Luke Stevens, 2021.
Jakey donated $9.99 through Super Chat. I
good.
think Insomniac after Spider-Man 3 is going back to making new IPs for a while cause I think this generation they've become the Marvel studio.
Yeah, and I think it's all fun for the first time, and then I think the sequel, it gets frustrating because you don't have much creative freedom. And then by the third game, you're just really frustrated by it. I mean, if they're hardcore comic book fans, I'm sure it stays novel and interesting, but I mean, it's just... the other piece of it, too, is from a business side of things. You're talking about losing a third of every dollar that you make. I mean, that's got to be frustrating. At some point, you're like, hey, if we did something new, we'd make 33% more money. I mean, we just immediately we save that cash. I mean, maybe they really truly do want to just be the superhero company and they can do that. That's fine. But at some point, I think they'll try something new. They'll try an original IP or something. Let's see. Yeah, Shonen hoping to get Final Fantasy IX remake announcement this week, or weekend, but preparing for it to come later in the year. Yeah, maybe Game Awards. It's possible though. It's possible. Square Enix is going to be at Summer Games Fest, so we know that they are going to show something at least. Let's see. And then Gaming Astronomer, do you think PlayStation 6 will be delayed now that we're seeing next gen games as envisioned for the PS5, like The Witcher 4, GTA 6? I don't know if it's been delayed. I think it's all very much in limbo for manufacturing. The tariff stuff brings big question marks for the manufacturing of a lot of these devices. So they're worried about that. They also have to think about who they're going to have manufacturing, like the SoCs. There's just so many moving parts to those types of things. It's also rumored that Xbox is going to be doing their console refresh like a year earlier than PlayStation originally planned on doing it. So you got to wonder, does that make PlayStation expedite, or do they just not care? There's just many pieces of the puzzle. I don't think they're even locked in right now. I think they know generally where they're aiming for, whether that's like late 28 or early or late 27. But it seems like Xbox is potentially doing a refresh later next year, which would be crazy. But I mean, that seems to be what their goal is, which would be insane, but that's seemingly what they're doing. Okay. Real quick. New segment! We all saw the Witcher 3 teaser, trailer, demo, whatever thing yesterday. It was wild, it was crazy, it was breathtaking, it was stunning, and there has been an ocean of people doing the well actually on what they showed. I think for valid reasons, and it's because this whole thing has been framed in a sort of weird way. Some are pointing out that, you know, it looks phenomenal, because it does. But a lot of other people are coming forward and saying, well, they stressed multiple times that this is a tech demo. It is not The Witcher 4. So like Jeff Keighley, for example, got a lot of flack because people were like, he tweeted out first gameplay screenshots of The Witcher 4 or screenshot of The Witcher 4, which this technically is not. And that's confusing because it sure looks like The Witcher 4 and it's from them and it's beautiful. But as you can see in the little text at the very bottom, technical presentation, not actual gameplay. Okay. They have the asterisks all over the game, all over the footage. Like even that, I said game. It's not the game. It's a tech demo. And you see little things like you see her hop on the horse, and then you'll see they do a little peel away of the skin of the horse to show how the muscles are contracting and how they simulate all of that. So nobody's thinking that this is like in The Witcher 4 in this same way. What they're doing here is they're showcasing the tech that will power The Witcher 4, but this is a standalone thing, like a separate project that they built to show what they're using to make The Witcher 4. But I don't expect this sequence to be in the game or anything. This terrain is probably going to be totally different. The city that they show in the background, of course, is in the actual universe of The Witcher and is going to be in the game. But in this actual form, probably not. It's going to look totally different. It's going to be different layouts and everything. This has been laid out for the sake of the beautiful presentation, to frame it in this really cool way. But still, what is important to take away, though, is that what they showed using these tools is beautiful and very impressive. This demo, they claimed and insist, is running on a base PS5. Does the final game look quite like this? Probably not. Probably doesn't look quite this good. But if it looks 90% or even 80% this good, we're still in for a treat, my friends. We're still in for a treat. But you do just have to remember that this is a tale as old as time, that companies show you something phenomenal during a tech demo or tech presentation or even initial trailer, and then they need to walk it back a little bit. The difference is this time they are being very, very clear with their disclaimers. But to demonstrate this, I pulled up a couple of old clips. So the original debut gameplay trailer for The Witcher 3, this is what it looked like at the time. And we've all played The Witcher 3. We know what it looks like. In that case, I actually like the look of the final game more than the look of what they show in this announcement trailer. This is a pre-rendered cinematic, so it's not the same. But I like the final look of The Witcher 3 way more than this shot. This looks very Witcher 2. The final look of the actual game, I think, improved a good bit from this original gameplay trailer that they revealed in 2013. In my personal opinion, I think it looked even better. And later at 2014's E3, they did do another gameplay demo where they showed another segment of the game that is much closer to the final version, and it's much more familiar. You know, you're in the bog right now. It's very familiar. Things, of course, still ended up changing, shifting. Some of the color work has been redone. Some of the UI has been redone. Like these elements changed, of course, in the final version. But a lot of the animations are the same. A lot of those little things and tidbits remained. Little tweaks were eventually made to like the shadows and the quality there on console at least. But largely, this is much closer to what we ended up actually seeing compared to the 2013 version, which looked very, very different. But it's not just CDPR. This also happens all the time with other games. So for example, where did I put it? I believe this is it. Yeah, I found a comparison video from Nick930. And in this, he compared the side-by-sides of what they showcased at E3 2018 for The Last of Us Part 2 compared to what's in the actual game. And what's fascinating is that it's the little things. The final version of The Last of Us Part 2 looked phenomenal still, and it still does to this day. But the difference between the E3 demo, the presentation demo, and the final version, they were very small. It was things like the animations were swapped out. Like here, he'll point this out.
Catches her breath here. The camera pans down the street to reveal a new group of scars coming in from a pile of vehicles. This happens in the retail game as well. But if you look closely, you'll notice that their animations are again not nearly as advanced. Ellie then drops to the ground and crawls under the truck, watching as the patrol searches the area for her. Again, the AI is so unpredictable that I wasn't able to get the scene to match up exactly, but all of the actual gameplay mechanics shown off do function mostly the same way. Enemies do search under vehicles, and if they find you, they will pull you out from underneath and trigger a grapple attack. However, the way this scar reacts when shot in the face appears to be scripted as well, especially considering that a point-blank shot with this same handgun, even without upgrades, turns an enemy's face into a gross paste. After shooting one enemy, Ellie is then grabbed and pulled out from underneath the truck, where she struggles to escape and then shoots the assaulting enemy 3 times in the body, where he reacts realistically to each impact. While this general mechanic still functions roughly the same, the way enemies react isn't nearly as advanced. They still will jerk back and even fall to the knees depending on where you shoot them, but it's just not up to par with the reveal.
It's the little things. It's the little bitty things. And this is why I said when we watched that in that clip we did yesterday, I said most likely, graphically, the game will look very close to this, I think. I mean, I think it's very likely that it does. If not like a little bit better in terms of performance or in terms of sharpness and stuff like that. It's the little things that probably get cut and trimmed. Little things like these paired animations for getting through the crowd. This thing with the guy carrying the crate where she bumps into him, the apples fall, and then the pigs race out to go eat the apple. The kid comes and grabs an apple and steals it. I'd be very, very surprised if that stuff ends up in the game at the end of the day. Now, this is the other piece. Does that mean that The Witcher 4 will be bad? No. It's about understanding what this is. This is a tech demo, and the intention is to showcase cool tools that the devs of The Witcher 4 and other devs that are at this Unreal presentation, it's to showcase what they could do with these tools, what is technically possible with the tools that they have. It's a vertical slice. It is a little tidbit, a proof of concept, a tech demo showing what's possible. Now, there's an old quote. There's an old quote. So it's the final game. There's an old quote from Todd Howard that he used back in the development and making of videos, I think for Fallout 3. And in that, Todd said, I tell my developers all the time, we can do anything. We just can't do everything. And that's true. And this is an example of that, where they can do anything, but you sure as hell can't do everything, okay? You can't. You have to pick your battles. And so while this is technically possible that you could have a game where bumping into people drops the crate and causes the apples to fall, I find it funny that the guy just keeps walking and leaves all the apples on the ground. You'd think he would care to stop. But again, it's not the game. Like, the point of this sequence is not to have the AI behave realistically. It's to sell you on what is possible. Yeah, technically it's not a vertical slice. You're right. Thank you for the correction, Layer Cake. It is a vertical slice would be a vertical slice like of the actual game. It is a proof of concept tech demo. You know, the example of maybe more of a vertical slice would be what they showed off. Hold on, God of War. I think it was the announcement actually, with the giant, or the troll rather. With this was like a vertical slice. So they built this out, they got it running, and then they took it to E3. But they said then, after they had built this, they were like, okay, we have to make a game. We have to turn this into a whole game now, because it was still pretty early on. And so from here, they went and built it out. In the final version of the game, there is no vista, of course. I mean, this is where the troll comes up, like, and the whole thing kind of kickstarts from there. So it ended up changing a lot. You know, whereas the troll in this case breaks the bridge. Come on. And then it kickstarts this. But do you guys remember this reveal? How people just lost their minds? I thought this was so cool. And I remember thinking, there's no way this is like an actual video game. There's no way this is real, because it looked so freaking good. Oh, those were the days, man. Those were the days. But like, this was more of a vertical slice. Look at that. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, it's so good. But, you know, you got to see where the game would eventually end up. The UI, of course, changes and things evolve, but the core components are there. But the goal of this was to sell you on the game. The goal of the Witcher 4 tech demo is to sell you on the engine. And those are fundamentally different goals. You know, it's a fundamentally different thing they're trying to do. So while each of these components is technically possible in The Witcher 4, I still would not expect, like, when they showed the NPCs interacting at the with the fishmonger, for example, where they're talking.
And there is tons of tech at play here, even in a simple market stall. Metahuman tools, improved Unreal smart objects, Chaos Cloth, and more.
Yeah, and all of this exists to make sure that the gap in quality between Siri and NPCs is as small as possible.
Like, I'm sure this is all, you know, very specifically captured or motion captured, and it's specifically put in this, and it is impressive to still be running at all, for sure, in real time. But again, to expect that in the final version of The Witcher 4, you can walk up to like any fishmonger's stall in the game and they'll interact with NPCs dynamically in this way. Like that's where we start to get a little bit silly. You know, that's when the expectations are out of whack. And here's the deal. Like, so some people might be like, well, then what's the point of showcasing this? I think this was the deal from the beginning. Okay. When CDPR agreed to partner with Epic Games and Unreal for the engine work on The Witcher 4 and all of their future projects, I think the deal was pretty simple. Epic and Unreal, they will work to build out tools, they'll work on optimizations, they'll work with CDPR to turn the engine into what they need it to be to make these games. And in exchange, they get to use The Witcher 4 as like a showcase piece to sell the engine to other developers. And they get to use their feedback to make the engine better. But I think these types of tech showcases were always part of the deal. So if they were just trying to sell The Witcher 4, I don't think they would like necessarily be doing this, because I think that this is going to be harder to meet expectation wise. But I think this was always part of the deal.
Big Rastus donated $10 through Super Chat. Do you think we will see something about Star Wars Eclipse, considering we've not heard anything in years, and with all the Star Wars hype at the moment, it could be good opportunity?
I agree. It would be a good idea to do it now. Do I think they will? I'd be really surprised, but it's not impossible. But I would love to see it, but I don't think so. And I mean, the other piece of this is, yes, Star Wars hype is really high right now, but they would have had to start working on like a trailer 6 months ago.
Jakey
before
donated
the Star Wars
$9.99
hype, I'd love to
through
see
Super
it.
Chat.
Thank you,
Do
Jakey.
you think all of Kojima's upcoming games will use the Dachima engine, including OD and Fizzant?
Dachima?
And maybe if there's even more IPs after that, or you think he will build his own?
I think he's going to use it. Building your own engine is an insane undertaking, and it's not that practical nowadays. So I don't think he'll ever do that. And I'm pretty sure he got the Decim engine for free. Maybe he pays a licensing fee, but they never said that. They phrased it as it was a gift to Kojima. When he came to tour Gorilla, they gave it to him on like a thumbstick in a nice little wood box. So I think he got that engine for free. If he switches to like Unreal, he's spending insane amounts of money on licensing because his games will sell well. And I just don't think he needs to do that or wants to do that. So yeah, I don't think there's a need for that. So I'm guessing he's going to keep using it personally. It just doesn't make sense. And at this point, they've also altered it a lot. So I'm sure it's very, very different. And it's like his own thing. But again, with this, I think it's just important to remember with The Witcher 4, it is a fundamentally different goal. Let me say it this way. With The Witcher 4 and this tech demo, the goal is not to sell you necessarily on the game. The goal is to sell the engine to other developers. And I think they're doing a good job of it. I think, if anything, this maybe not, I mean, honestly, may not be the best thing for them when it comes to selling The Witcher 4 long term, because it's going to be hard to like walk some of this back. You know, like some of this, I think people, even though they've stressed it's just a tech demo, people will still be expecting fishmongers to behave this way. People will still be expecting to bump into Apple, you know, people carrying apple crates and see kids and pigs run up to grab them. You know, like I still think, even though they are trying to be very, very clear, this is a tech demo, there still will be people with those expectations. And realistically, those things probably are not going to be in the final game, which is still okay. The game could still be amazing. But this is why we say hype can get out of control. Hype can ruin the joy you might feel for something. Because if you're expecting a 10 out of 10 and it's a 9.5 out of 10, you still feel disappointed. You know? Even though the game is still phenomenal, you still are disappointed because it's not where you thought it would be. You know? It's just unfortunate. Watching you on Twitch feels like a giant YouTube video. I could see that. Yeah, if you watch a lot of the clips and stuff, yeah, I could totally see that. Let's see. Digital Foundry also did a little reaction video talking about some of the tech specifically. So let's see what they had to say. We probably won't watch the whole thing of this because we have the state of play here in a little bit, but let's see what they had to say.
Hello there, and welcome to a DF Direct mini special. We're bringing you this one in the wake of Unreal Fest 2025, kicking off with a keynote presentation showing a remarkable Unreal Engine 5.6 demonstration using assets from the forthcoming game, The Witcher 4. Joining me to discuss it, our resident...
So you're saying this is The Witcher 4? Oh.
Unreal Engine 5 expert, Alex Battaglia.
Yes. I've been dunking on Unreal for so long that it's nice to actually talk about something positive for once, right?
Well, to be fair, I mean, it is a pretty astonishing engine. But
it is.
Obviously, there have been flaws. And this demonstration, remarkable in many ways because, well, we'll get onto it later, I guess, but it's addressing some of those flaws that we've discussed in the past. Seemingly, it's exciting stuff. So I guess before we kick off on this, full disclosure, we're actually going to be attending a presentation at CD Projekt Red to get more details on this. So necessarily...
Ooh, that's my face when I found out about that. You're going to CDPR? Interesting. Mind using subtitles? Sure. Yeah. I can do that for you. I got that for you, baby. I can do that.
Necessarily, we're going to be keeping our speculation to a minimum on this, simply because why should we speculate when we're going to find out from the horse's mouth exactly what's going on with this thing? But it certainly looks impressive. Alex, first impression.
I still insist, by the way, I think that they should release this as a playable little mini showcase demo, kind of like the Matrix thing. You remember they dropped the Matrix demo? Drop that, let people see this can actually run in real time. It's like there's no gameplay here. Like you walk Siri forward and then it's over. But I think if they could actually get to the point where like they could show it running in real time, I think that would impress even more people, you know?
Questions?
I guess the first impressions was, wow, this is running on a base PS5, which was not necessarily my expectations of what this demo would have been. Initially, when we got wind about it beforehand, I was initially thinking it would be another PC demo because CD Projekt Red tends to demo all of their stuff on PC before release for all their games and keeps the consoles almost hidden to the very last second. But I think this implies a little bit that they, unlike titles of the past where they've struggled at the end right before release to bring those console versions to a good level of quality, that they're now focusing on it right from the get-go, and that was shown out all throughout the demo, which was running at 60 FPS.
And I think this is really important to like double up on, and I haven't heard enough people talk about this. The fact that they are focusing on PS5 base performance during development, I think is a really good sign for final performance and optimization. Because it's a lot easier to like raise the ceiling on performance than it is to try to bring the floor up. You know, like I think one of the problems with Cyberpunk was that for so long they had all of these systems running and they could run on a high-end PC or like a 1X that they had the game running on. But the moment you tried to play it on base consoles, the game fell apart. And we saw it at launch. I mean, the PS4 and Xbox One versions of the game were horrible for Cyberpunk 2077. Terrible. And they knew that during development, but because they had developed it for the highest end and then tried to pull everything down, it just didn't work. It's way easier to have it perform well on the weaker hardware and then try to add bells and whistles on the back end later in development. And I think that this is a good thing if they want to avoid further trouble, you know?
Mm-hmm. Impressive stuff. I guess the question we need to address first of all, and it's the question that was asked of me pretty much directly after the presentation finished. The plausibility factor. Is this actually running on a base PlayStation 5 or not?
I mean, I don't know how they could possibly lie about that. You know, like if they lie about it, we will find out eventually. And that seems like, you know, you can smile all you want. Mr. Unreal, did you lie about that running on a base PS5? No? I don't think you can get away with that. I don't think any of your silver tongue sweet talking will get you out of that, sir. I don't think it will. So I think there's no way they could just lie about it. There's no way.
Right. I I'm just going to say yes right from the get-go right there. And there's a lot of contributing reasons to believe CD Projekt Red, as well as Epic and Unreal Engine. Well, for one, Epic is putting their reputation on the line by doing this as the center piece showcase at Unreal Fest. If they were lying, that'd be a pretty big thing. Both.
Yeah, that'd be a huge. I don't know if you could sue them or developers could sue them or something for false advertising, but surely there's something you could do. I also don't know why. I mean, even just symbolically, lift up the curtain on the black, like the black curtain on the table. Lift up the curtain and show the base PS5 plugged in, like with the cables running off behind stage. Just show that. It could even be like a dummy and the actual PS5 is backstage, but just showing the console, I think would have been a really cool way to reveal it instead of just being like, yeah, I promise. You know, it's all that showmanship, baby.
Both for their investors as well as the very serious contracts from the people who are buying the engine to use it and using it, paying money. But regarding the presentation of it itself, there's a lot of aspects of it where you can see flaws that you wouldn't imagine they would put in there for the purpose of showing a PC version of the game. We had access, everyone was watching this either on the stream or after the fact on YouTube.
I still think they should reveal like a
Amito
full
J donated
4K super high
$9.99
res one.
through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Luke, did you reacted to Witcher 4 tech demo?
Yeah, we have like the full thing up on this channel, Luke Stevens Live, so you can go watch it. Because right after it happened, I sat down and was like, I wish I had streamed this. This could have been really cool. But I filmed it. It actually is like our top performing stream clip of the last 10. So it's done very, very well. It's done very well. But yeah, you can go watch my full live reaction because I didn't watch it before we reacted to it. But as of this right now, this is a reaction to a reaction of it. So it's like double layered. Bada bing, bada boom.
And a lot of the re-uploads were of a 30 FPS stream, which wasn't very nice, to be honest with you. It would have been nice if that was also 60.
Yeah,
but
I think they should release the full, like, uncompressed 100 gigabyte download of this presentation of this gameplay. Or, like I said, reveal and release the demo. Like,
Zach
as an Unreal
Michaelis donated
project or something.
$20 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
I think of that Witcher 4 tech demo as the same as the Unreal Engine 5 PS5 demo. It's cool, but my expectations are low for CD Projekt Red.
Mm-hmm.
Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk were both a mess at lunch. Wait
and see. Yeah, the only thing I think that a lot of people are relying on to like save the hope is the performance of Phantom Liberty at launch, which was fantastic. I mean, that Phantom Liberty expansion is phenomenal. So I think people looking at that have more confidence in him, but it's absolutely true and fair that Witcher 3, which people forget because it kind of popped off later, but The Witcher 3 was a mess at launch. They even joked about it, like Roach was so buggy that Roach would clip onto building rooftops. Booyah! Onto building rooftops, and then they made a Gwent card out of it because it was so prevalent as a bug. It's crazy.
Oh no, it's Retro donated $10.
Thank you.
Speaking of performance and graphical fidelity for game engines, do you think that Rockstar's Rage is better or worse than UE5?
For I mean, they're just different. They're just different. Like Epic and Unreal, they have the advantage of making something that is very, very comparatively user-friendly. It is not proprietary. It's open to pretty much anybody to use. And because it's so open, it's taught in universities. So people immediately, the moment they graduate from college, they often know how to use the engine, which is a huge advantage compared to a proprietary tool set. And, you know, Epic is investing tons into it. It's a very different thing. They have a big asset store. They have all sorts of things, but yeah, they're just different. I think they have their own strengths, their own weaknesses, but you know, Rage tends to be very CPU intensive, so higher end performance is really tricky to optimize for on the console side, and so they're just different. They're different, but I mean, nobody's going to take anything away from Rage. Rage is an amazing piece of tech. It's crazy. It's crazy. Let's see. Barnesy also gifted 5 subs over on Twitch. Thank you so much. Welcome everybody. And again, if you just got a membership or a sub, get over to your Discord, User settings, connections, connect your account, and you'll join our Discord. It's an awesome time. Join us, okay? Thank you. Barnesy, thank you for the 2. Can only donate subs on Twitch with my phone. Really? Oh, that's weird. Well, thank you, my friend. Thank you. And welcome everybody who just got those. Glad to have you. And Silly CEO, thank you also for becoming a sub over on Twitch. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, Rage. Sorry, I probably should have said that. Rage is the Rockstar Advanced Game Engine. So that's what that is. Yeah. I think the first game it was ever used for was a table tennis game, actually, which is kind of funny. It's kind of funny. Eric, thank you for that money. Now watch the whole Witcher video. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry.
The 60 FPS asset we got after the fact was very, very large. I mean, it is quite a long video. It's like 17 minutes in total, I believe, from beginning to end. But it was like almost 23 gigabytes and above 200 mbit. So it is very high quality footage. It's higher quality footage than, for example, my archive footage at its best is usually,
Yes.
Which says a lot. And I'm storing stuff, you know, long term at high quality for the purpose of comparisons. So it was very high quality. And that allows us to examine the IQ more. I think it was kind of obvious already over even the 4K 30 streams that we weren't looking at a particularly precise looking presentation. It didn't look 4K, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough to tell if that was just the stream quality or if it was compression, you know, with the stream quality, or if it actually was just a 4K 60 presentation, but it's actually rendering at like, you know, 1400p or 1200p or whatever.
And then when you had the asset right in front of us in high quality, you know, it kind of looks like what you'd see from a game that was targeting 1440p using upscaling, which, given the feature set that they're showing off here, makes a lot of sense. That would fall right in line with a lot of other current generation games that we've seen, like Alan Wake 2 or Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, or any of those games that have a 1440p 60 mode. And those tend to use upscaling.
Yeah.
It looked a lot like that, basically. Still, I would advise a little bit of caution about what we're seeing right here, just because they specifically call out the fact that it isn't Witcher 4 the game, but it's Witcher 4 the tech demo. So we're seeing things that won't...
Yeah, like that little animation where she puts both hands on the rock while squeezing through. Bet you good money that probably is not in the final game. Bet you good money that's probably not. Probably a single hand that's more general and generic, but I think like the very specific thing is not there. No 1080p 50. This ain't IGN. How dare you?
End up in the final game, probably. We're also seeing probably a different level of polish because The Witcher 4 is going to be a large open world game. And it's going to have much more varying scenarios and varying levels of artist inspection for a very large open world.
Yeah.
And so you'd imagine that there'd be more variability of load potentially. There could also be less areas of polish. And specifically regarding the frame rate, just for the sake of it, I could tell by eye, but just for the sake of it, I ran it through our tools. It's flawless throughout. And there's one aspect of the demo that I may not end up being in the shipping version of The Witcher 4, and that is that camera cuts are actually played out flawlessly. A lot of Unreal Engine games, even really well-polished ones, will still drop a frame on camera cut because dynamic resolution can't tell you what's happening a frame ahead of time, and it sometimes is a bit too high res on a camera cut, and it has to drop because the frame goes over budget there, and you'll see like 33 to 50 millisecond frames in between camera cuts. And that's really typical to find in an Unreal Engine game, and even almost any game, actually. And sometimes...
Yeah, and you're not seeing any of that here. So they probably have some like very specific scripting for it. Real quick, just for people asking about how to become a member of the Discord, I'm posting a link in chats on Twitch and on YouTube, so you can follow those instructions. It is not a join link. You have to connect your account to Discord, just, so it's very, very clear. So just follow those instructions and you can join. Should be pretty easy.
Sometimes devs do it on purpose, like in Doom of the Dark Ages, they hold on camera cuts, even on super high end PCs that are running at like 200 FPS, because they want their RTGI to propagate and denoise, so you don't get super raw cuts on camera. And here they actually play out flawlessly at 16.6 ms, which is beggars a little bit belief there. I'm curious how that happened. But as a result of that, you can see when the camera moves really quickly, or when there's camera cuts, you can see flaws in image quality. For example, lighting takes a bit, like when the coin flips, they show the coin on the ground and the lighting switches within the span of one frame to a different time of day, and Siri picks up that medallion or coin. You can see that the lighting there actually takes a while to propagate after the camera, after the time of day switches. Also, after camera cuts, you can see a lot of...
And this is why, like, some people were saying, oh, this whole thing is pre-rendered and stuff. It's like, if they're pre-rendering it, they don't tend to put a lot of, like, they don't tend to put a lot of flaws. You know, if you're going to fake something, you fake it. At some point, faking the mistakes is more difficult than just doing it legitimate, you know? It's just weird. It really doesn't need to be that complicated, but yeah, that's those little bitty things are like the little resolution problems. Those are indications that it's actually running in real time, because it's like they're not faking that.
Materials and textures loading in over, you know, like 5 to 10 frames, depending upon the scene. Same thing when the camera moves really quickly, you'll see stuff like that. There's also like low levels of anisotropic filtering throughout all the demo. There's a lot of stuff that says to me, based upon like the image quality and image quality flaws, yeah, this is definitely running in real time, and they're demoing it on something that isn't top-end kit. And if they say it's a PS5, I definitely am going to believe them there. So unlike what a lot of people maybe were a bit more skeptical online, I think my eye could see through it, and it looked very realistic.
Yeah. From my perspective, a couple of things. First of all, it's fine to point out these flaws simply because it kind of validates that this is the real deal, right? Which is something that people are bringing into doubt, which I think we're pretty happy that this is indeed running on a base PlayStation 5. And just the sort of general blurriness of it, you know, the concept of running it at 60 frames per second means that necessarily there's going to need to be some kind of mitigation in place to make that happen. And running at a lower resolution, upscaling to 1440p kind of makes sense, right? So I think, you know, it doesn't really detract from the scale of the achievement of what you're seeing, some of which we're going to quickly talk about now. But, you know, for those that are sort of doubting, we really do think that take them at their word. This does seem to be running on a base PlayStation 5 there.
Geed says the German magazine GameStar saw the demo live in their office and it looks the same. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a real demo. I think, like, to really shut people up, you could just release it as like the Matrix demo. I understand it's not that simple, because a lot of this was very particularly scripted in a way and set up in a way for the presentation, and people will try to get in there and, you know, data mine and look at the city more closely and take assets. So I understand it's not that simple, but still.
Of course, how it's all going to measure up to the final game remains to be seen. That's years off, right? Which I guess is why we've got that disclaimer in place that this is a demo, not the actual game. But let's talk key systems, because there's been some claims made which I think we need to discuss. Let's talk about ray tracing. Ray tracing at 60 frames per second, no less, which we would take to mean hardware lumen, right? Which for a console at 60 frames per second is extraordinary, I'd say.
Yeah, especially given the density of the world. In a game like Fortnite, you can see how the most recent season did allow that to occur even on base PlayStation 5, which they did update, by the way, to add in hardware RT to the base PS5 there in the latest season of Fortnite. Because, you know, if you look across that world, it's pretty scarce, and it's, you know, written around the ability to even run on stuff like Nintendo Switch or a phone, right? The density of the world is very different in comparison to a game like this, which is a lot higher. And on the blog, going in deeper into detail about Unreal Engine 5.6 features, they do talk about how hardware lumen has now been updated to be a lighter load on the CPU, regardless of how heavy it is on a GPU, which hardware lumen typically has been in the past, at least at the high preset within the engine. a bit heavier than software Lumen on the GPU, but just because it's achieving much higher detail. The CPU burden was always much higher. I think I've measured in the past when I did like a 5.4 video, like 30% or even higher, one just running through a scene, well, CPU limited on a PC. And it was a pretty big deal, obviously, because in a game, in an engine like this, especially an open world one, CPU is probably your main limiting factor. And that is the key kind of like breakaway technology from this demo, I would say. We've seen hardware ray tracing on the base consoles for UE5 extremely rarely. In fact, so rarely, other than the Matrix demo and the most recent season of Fortnite, I'm really struggling to see and think of any UE5 games that have really used it. And even then, the original target for hardware RT on consoles for Unreal Engine 5 was always 30 FPS. That original Matrix demo was targeting 30 FPS, and hardware RT was one of the reasons why. And here, seeing it running through an area with a bunch of vegetation, which is a typical pain point for RT, a lot of moving characters, for example. These are all pretty impressive things to see while running the hardware RT profile.
Well, and again, I can't stress enough just how crucial it is that they are from the start. We're still years out. I personally think we're probably 2.5-ish years out. I'm expecting like late 2027. It might slip and go towards 2028 and just be a full-on next-gen game or maybe cross-gen game. But I think we're still a long ways out. But seeing that very early on, they are already building things specifically with the target of 60 FPS. That's encouraging to me, because I think a lot of these games are really visually impressive, but they are being built with 30 FPS in mind. And then they reveal, they launch, and people are disappointed because they can't get to 60. And it's like, yeah, well, that's what happens, you know? They weren't designing it for it. It wasn't the goal. It wasn't the intention. So I think it's really good to see that from the start, they're trying to do that. And on the side of Epic Games, their goal is to continue to optimize the engine so that by the time this launches and other games launch on the same engine, the performance is not limited by the CPU as much as it is or has been in releases over the last few years. And if they can continue to make those optimizations, I mean, I think that's awesome. And it seems to be their main goal, because they said performance optimizations like 15,000 times in the showcase yesterday, and even the stuff they've been doing today. So it's definitely a point of priority for them.
Still, as I say that, the demo didn't give great clues as to how high fidelity this hardware RT is running on the PlayStation 5 here. And that isn't the slight or something like that. When I say that, it's more like the demo has the camera moving really quickly with a lot of motion blur, and there's no great, it takes place in the world of The Witcher, which is medieval, more or less. And so there's not a lot of glass and polished metals and things like that, where you can get a greater sense of the areas where RT needs to be skimped on for performance purposes. So I couldn't see, for example, if all the skin characters that they mentioned at one point are included in the ray tracing structure. I would imagine that for performance purposes, they probably wouldn't be to some extent or reduced in some way. I couldn't see like the way vegetation is handled in it. Couldn't see a lot of things, but there were still some screen space artifacts that were visible on the few bodies of water that were there, as well as some general lumen instability that could be seen in a couple scenes when the camera wasn't blazing through the landscape, where it was pretty hard to appreciate anything at that point. But I would say this is really impressive, and I'm stoked to see what it shakes out like in a final game with more variability, as well as presumably larger bodies of water, which is typically the pain point for Lumen RT.
Okay.
But this is also why it's really cool to see this partnership this early on, because I'm sure when they sat down with Epic, they were like, so here's what we want to do, and here are the problems with what you've got. This is what we need to improve. And then they could just sit down with like, bodies of water, huge pain point right now, you need to fix that. And Epic goes, okay, yeah, no, you're right, let's work on it. And then they can spend 2-3 years working on fixing it and improving it. And I'm sure that's part of, the symbiotic relationship they have right now, because CDPR's engineers can help them work on fixes, but then Epic's engineers also are working on fixes, and they just try to come up with something that leaves everybody happy. So I think it makes sense. But again, I think one of the other pieces of this, I don't think CDPR would have revealed this if they had the choice. Personally, I think if it were totally up to them, I think they would have stayed quiet for another year and a half, 2 years, and then they would have started showing it off. But I think that part of the deal with this partnership was that they needed to do tech demos. They needed to showcase the amazing technology of Unreal Engine. And this is how they did it. And this was part of that deal. So their way of getting around the high expectations that people are going to naturally have as a result of this is by saying, hey, it's just a technical presentation. It's not actual gameplay. So don't come at us in a year and be like, in the tech demo, you showed NPCs looking at the characters while she's riding the horse, or you saw NPCs going and talking and referencing her, but that's not in the final game. They can always just be like, it was a tech demo. It wasn't real. But still, I mean, it's very impressive, and they say it's built using the same assets, and so it should be fairly similar, at least in broad strokes. But either way, it's exciting. It gives you an image, gives you an idea, and it's certainly what they're trying to achieve with The Witcher 4. And in some cases, like we looked at the very beginning of this segment, some little bitty things that they showed with The Witcher 3 back in 2013, the final game looked significantly better than what they showed off initially. So there, people point to Cyberpunk, which of course is a total disaster, and nobody's going to deny that with that launch. But there's also examples of CDPR where they made improvements. Now, the one thing has been performance issues back to back. The one exception being Phantom Liberty, of course, I think was pretty well optimized, ran really well, and it needed to, frankly, after Cyberpunk. But that's going to be the big thing. And they know everybody's eyes are on them for The Witcher 4. They need optimization to be there. They need the game to perform well. And seeing them targeting base PS5 for optimizations is a really good sign, because they could have done this trailer, this tech demo rather. They could have done this and just not mention base PS5. Just be like, this is a tech demo of what the Unreal Engine is capable of, and refuse to talk about the hardware, when in reality it's running on a 5090 and the PC it's running on is $5,000, and it's just totally unrealistic to see it. But instead, they chose to build it around the base PS5, which I think is a very good idea. Because they could have made it look even better with global illumination, fully, overdrive, ray trace, or whatever. Path tracing is the word I'm looking for. They could have path traced everything on a super high end PC and done crazy DLSS, whatever, with a PC build of it. But they didn't do that. And I think that's a good thing. Much better approach. Much better approach, I think. So Eric says, do graphics really matter, though? I think for some games, it's a component. I mean, people who are like, graphics don't matter, it's the gameplay. I think that's overly reductive, because if that were true, people wouldn't care about graphics at all. I mean, I think some people might try to whittle it down, but people like games that look good. They like games that are immersive, especially certain types of games, whether they're narrative or adventure games. They like games that are pretty and are cool to look at. You still need a good art style. You still need people that know what they're doing on the art side of things. Of course, there's no shocker there, but I think you really need, graphics are a great selling point, because you see a lot of people that just see a screenshot and they go, ooh, that looks cool. I want to find out more about that game. I think it's natural. It's natural. So graphics, I think, do matter. They're not like the deciding factor. It's not like the game is good, but the graphics aren't great, so I'm not interested. It doesn't matter that much. Like, you shouldn't disqualify a game just because the graphics are a little outdated or something. There's phenomenal games that are not technologically or graphically on par with the competition at that time. Like, even Elden Ring, in terms of like what it's actually doing graphically, it's not that crazy. That game is held up by its its art style and art direction, which is phenomenal, but still a phenomenal game, even though it's not like photorealistic or anything, which is okay, you know? And in this case, I think if they can nail the art style and also have phenomenal graphical fidelity, that's just, you know, banger. That's awesome. That's great. So, Witcher 4 tech demo looks good. We'll see what happens when they reveal the actual game itself. I think my headphones just died. They didn't even beep. I still see the audio jumping on OBS. Yeah, I think my headphones just died out of nowhere. Huh. Right in time for the PlayStation showcase, I guess. I'll swap out the battery. Right in time, man. Wouldn't that be funny? Right as it starts, they die. Okay. Let's swap out the batteries. Hopefully that's it, and they didn't just like die. That would suck. Okay. That would be funny. Okay, yeah, we're back. Okay. Can you hear us now? I can hear you. Don't worry, I can hear you. So, anyway, we'll continue watching the I was going to say PlayStation Witcher 4. We'll continue watching The Witcher 4 as we find out more about it, of course. You're not getting away that easy. And I'm sure I will be insufferable as they continue to reveal more. But until then, we'll just have to sit and dream. But what they showed off, I think, is really, really good. And if this is even just a broad, again, even if they can just get to like 80% of this, I'm happy. I'm happy. So we'll see. But next time when they reveal actual gameplay, I mean, maybe that's the thing for next year. Maybe next Unreal Fest or whatever, they actually show off like the game. You never know. You never know. So we'll have to see. Let's see. Anyway. Chucky, good to see you. I found you through my reaction, or through your reaction to the IGN creators reaction. What's going on today? Today is the PlayStation State of Play, and it's pretty close. We're 17 minutes out from them starting. We're close. We're almost there. Almost there, baby. Can't come soon enough. Tell you what, gotta get some snacks. Dude, I wish I had snacks. I have Gardettos. Gardettos are amazing. If you don't know those, Gardetto. These things. I'm not sponsored by them. I just am trying to get sponsored by them. I would love to be sponsored by them. Especially the rye chips are so good. Why not? Exactly. These things are great. I have some of these Gardettos upstairs, but I mean, they're like hardened crackers and stuff. So it's like very loud. So it just doesn't make sense. But yeah, these things are goated. I will eat through a family-sized bag in an afternoon. Like, you go to the gym in the morning, Control Z, undo all of it. But it's for Gardettos, so it's worth it. Tell you what, dude, I love them so much. They're so good. Chex Mix ain't got nothing on Gardettos. I'll tell you what, sir. Tell you what. They ain't got nothing. Raphael, thank you. Dude, I Googled BitConnect one time, and now I'm getting recommended. What happened? What happened? Oh no. Oh no. Wait, what's Jor saying? They have the picture of the Horizon thing up. What?
A really big way to broaden the franchise if they do it right. And I hope if they show it again, I think I've been saying it for forever, but the longer we wait, the more chance there is that it's gonna show up. And yeah, I do think it's gonna launch like 2026 seems like the best good timing for it. We had a job listing earlier this year with like an intern for launch QA, so making the game ready for launch. And that internship would last till the end of June, like for the first.
Yeah, do you guys, okay, real quick, show off in chat, okay? 1 in chat, Twitch or YouTube, if we see the Horizon Online project today. 0 if we do not. 1, we do. 0, we do not. Put it in chat. I want to see. Okay. Okay, I see a lot of zeros. A lot of zeros. A lot of zeros. I mean, you're telling me you don't want some of this? Dude, if you just Google like the leaks and stuff. You're telling me you don't want to play as Mama Marshmallow? It's very Sea of Thieves. It's very Sea of Thieves. Somebody pointed that out. They're like, it's very Sea of Thieves. I can see that. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not going to lie. I didn't even know there was going to be an online project. Dude, there's 2. There's 2 of them. There's the Guerrilla Games one. And then there's, is it NC Soft? There's like it's one of those big live service developers. They're working on like an MMO. So there's 2 of them, dude. Doubles the chances that we see something. Because it's Herman. I mean, Herman loves him some Horizon. He'll throw whatever amount of money he needs to. Oh, dude, they did like a whole... Let's see. Full confirmation. They have plans for multiple single-player projects that will include blood protagonist Aloy from the first 2 games. As we speak, Horizon Call of the Mountain is in development stage for PSVR 2. Oh, this is from 2023, yeah. So these clips are, pretty old. But this gives you an idea of the art style. I mean, they're going for more of a Fortnite meets Sea of Thieves kind of thing. What are the odds it's an extraction shooter? Can you imagine? Can you imagine if after all this time, it's just an extraction shooter, but with bow and arrow? It's not a shooter. It's a bow and arrow. It's an extraction bow game. It's a bowstraction. They're like, it's really innovative. I can't. Herman's like, this is the next Star Wars and Lord of the Rings combined. I love it. Oh God. That'd be so funny. It'd be so funny. Man, I hope they show it. They probably don't. But man, if they do, oh, it'll be good. 10 minutes left. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Lightweight. Yeah, buddy. Did you guys ever watch those Ronnie Coleman videos? Yeah, buddy. Ain't nothing but a peanut. Lightweight. Lightweight. Dude, for reps.
Jimbo404 donated $10 through Super Chat. Nothing but a peanut.
Nothing but a peanut. Yeah, buddy. Lightweight. Ain't nothing but a peanut. Oh, man. Dude, can you just imagine working out with him? Dude, what a just madman. What a behemoth of a human being. Oh. Ain't nothing but a peanut. Lightweight. Man, have I seen him nowadays? Yeah, dude. He like destroyed his back. Shocker. Doing like 800-pound squats for reps. Not great for your back. Not great for your back. Yeah. And taking like human growth hormone and crazy amounts of steroids and stuff. Also not great. Gotta be real, but natty or not. Natty or not? What do you think? Do you think Do you think he was on something? What do you think? Have you seen him in his policeman uniform? Dude, he looked like that, and he was actively working as a police
donated
officer.
13 Canadian dollars and 99 cents.
Imagine getting
Super
pulled
Chat.
over by him.
Will mine's eye be as bad as people say?
Yeah. Yes. I think so. Yeah. Yep. I think so. Yep. Thank you, TXC, by the way, for that. Very generous. But yeah, I think almost certainly. There's too many red flags with it. But yeah, dude, he worked full time as a police officer looking like that. And he would go to the gym like before work and after work. And imagine getting pulled over by him, dude. And he ate like 12 meals. He said he used to have to wake up in the middle of the night to eat because he had to, like, that's the only way he could get enough calories in to maintain that physique. Like, imagine setting your alarm for 2 a.m. You wake up to go down and eat 2 or 3 chicken breasts and some rice, and then you go back to bed. Yeah, he's not eating like Pop-Tarts. He's waking up in the middle of the night to eat like just pure protein. Because otherwise you can't maintain that physique. Like, it's just insane, dude. Absolutely insane. But yeah, he like destroyed his body in the process. He's doing better now. I think he's on like his 10th surgery or something, but he's doing better now, which is good. I wish him the best. I mean, I hope he does better. Classic Donnie, thank you. Will it be as bad as the day before? Probably not. Like, the day before was just a fake game. Like, it just wasn't real. So I think that was the big problem with it. But so that was the big problem with it. But let me swap out the thumbnail real quick for the stream. Okay. With his traps, he looks like a little man with a big body. No, there was
TXC Donnie donated 13 Canadian dollars and 99 cents through Super Chat. With his traps, he looks like little man in a big body.
There was one bodybuilder that had a remarkably small head, and it always just looked uncanny. It looked really upsetting. It was just like, no, that's wrong. It looks wrong, man. I don't like it. It's scary for me. Dude. Get ready for the comment section. The chat should just be toxic as hell. It's gonna be insane. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Like, wait. Just so everybody knows, okay? I want to say thank you, of course, for all of the super chats, membership, subs, and everything. Appreciate the gosh darn heck out of all of you guys for that. You guys are insane. But for the sake of everybody watching, I will mute all like super chats, subs, memberships, all of that during the showcase, including TTS. So just don't give me money during that time. Okay. I just don't want anybody to be like disappointed or frustrated if that happens and they send something and it doesn't read off. That's why. Okay. Stop giving me money. Officially. Stop it. Cut it out. 7 minutes left. 7 minutes. Last minute to make a prediction. I want your prediction in chat real quick, because we can scroll back. We can replay this and see in the list, whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube. We got like 3,000 people on YouTube, like 200 on Twitch. So thank you. But I want your final prediction.
Caleb donated $10
Crazy
for
prediction,
Super
okay?
Chat. Submitting a mommy now just in case we get one in the stream.
You gotta get the mommy uppies in while you can. Star Wars Attack of the Clones remake. What is my like totally out of left field prediction? I don't know. My totally out of left field prediction, which is not that out of left field, is we see a Horizon multiplayer game. But I'm not sure if it'll be the Gorilla one. It might be the other one. I don't know which they do first, but I think there's a chance, like 2-3% chance we see that. Maybe we see even Marathon. Yes. Maybe we see that. You never know. You never know. Less than 5 minutes or less than 6 minutes. Going on 5 minutes left. Almost there. Almost there. Thank you, Caleb, for the 10, by the way. And Raphael, thank you also for that. 50% plus of games shown are going to be remasters or remakes. You might not be wrong. I mean, there's a chance. Starfield rework. Do you guys, what's the over-under? 1 if you think we see Starfield on PS5 trailer. 0 if you don't think we see it. I think there's a decent chance they do it here. Because, I mean, come on. If they're going to reveal it, I don't think Xbox wants to do that at their own show. I think if they're going to do that, they do it at the PlayStation show. The only way they wouldn't is if PlayStation was like, get out of here. We don't want it. Which probably don't do. But, I mean, if they're going to bring Starfield to PS5, I think they would do it here instead of SGF or at the Xbox show. But Light No Fire? It's about time, right? When was the last Light No Fire trailer? Like 2 years ago? I think December of 23. So a year and a half. It was Game Awards 2023. So they could do it. They could have a trailer. This one popped off. This would be a huge get if they had that. Dude, close to, it's approaching 19 million now. Absolutely crazy. People underestimate Hello Games, dude. People love the idea of an entire planet to play with their friends. I mean, that's a big deal. So maybe that would be a big one. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Little Devil Inside. Yeah, we could see that. Little Nightmares 3. I think there's a decent chance of that. I think there's a decent chance. Death Stranding 2. I think almost certainly we see a trailer. Resident Evil, odds are decently high. We see that, or we see that at Summer Games Fest on Friday. I really don't think we'll see anything from Insomniac. Maybe. Gene, damn it.
Gene Starwin donated $20 through Super Chat. You can't tell me what to do.
I told you to stop giving me money. Stop it. Super Sagittarius, thank you for the 5 as well. Suicide Squad killed the Justice League dude. Please, I need the ad revenue. Multiverse, thank you for the 2. The world needs Little Big Planet 4. That would be crazy. I would not expect that, but you never know. Yeah, you never know. Gene, again, thank you for the 20. That's very generous. Thank you.
TXC Donnie donated 13 Canadian dollars and 99 cents through Super Chat. Battlefront 3, haha, I wish.
Dude, if they did that, if EA came out of nowhere and did that, that would be wild. Even just like a logo. And they're like, we didn't know we were making this, but we're going to figure it out. Here's the logo. Please be excited. We made it in ChatGPT. It's like a really crappy AI generated logo, but just like, we're doing it. Please be excited. You never know. That's very unlikely, but you never know. The Last of Us Part 1 remastered, remade, remastered. That could be cool. I did see somebody, they're like, they're going to announce The Last of Us Part 2, the show remake. It's just, they replace all the actors in the game with the actors from the show. And then they remake it. That's the key. That'd be good. God of War. Yeah, I think they'll do the Metroidvania God of War thing. I think they'll do that. Until Dawn 2. No, because what's Supermassive doing right now? They're working on Little Nightmares 3 and Directive 8020 video games. Come on. Yeah, Directive 8020 and Little Nightmares 3. Oh, this has a release date of October. I didn't even realize it had a release date. But yeah, this week very well could see this. This actually might be pretty likely. Do you guys remember this? This one. I think there's a decent chance we see this today or on Friday, but I do think we probably see this at some point, because if it's coming out in October, yeah. Less than a minute. Okay, buckle up. Buckle up. Lightweight, baby. Ain't nothing but a peanut. Ain't nothing but a peanut. Here we go. Here we go, everybody. Oh, that's good. That's good. You got me there. You got me there. That's good. 10 seconds. Here we go. Buckle up, buckaroo. Lightweight. Lightweight, baby. Ain't nothing but a peanut. Here we go. I'm here for it. Take me away, PlayStation. Take me away to the special place. Oh, mature content. Buckle up. Umbrellas. The game.
Running through our veins.
Is this just acid? Is that what this is? They're just doing this to copyright strike everybody who's co-streaming, aren't they? No way, is it Tetris? Okay, you know what? They start here, and then they just crank it up, right? They start here. I'm sure the game is cool. I'm sure the game is cool. It's just not. It's not what I'm here for. But you know what? Okay. Lumen's right. I'm worried we're gonna get the stream copyright struck and take it down if I blast the volume. Okay, there we go. Okay, back up. Volume's back up. Oh, it's a VR game. They still support it. That's cool. Who knew?
Hello from Enhance. I'm Tetsuya Mizuguchi. ディレクターの石原隆です。ルミネスアライズのトレーラー楽しんでいただけたでしょうか。この秋、PlayStation 5、PSVR2 対応で発売予定です。ルミネスアライズはバラエティ豊かな曲と美しいビジュアルが没入感を高め、いつまでも遊びたくなるゲーム体験となっています。その世界はとても心地よく、プレイヤーを共感覚の世界へと導きます。まあよくある普通のパズルゲームってことだよね。テトリスエフェクトを一度遊んだことがある人はわかると思いますが、ルミネスアライズはただのパズルゲームではありません。夏にシングルとマルチプレイの体験版を配信予定です。ぜひ皆さん手に取って遊んでみてください。Thank you and enjoy the rest of State of Play.
Okay. Surprising one to start with, but okay.
The future. It isn't just a dream. It's a promise. One we're turning into reality. With our third generation of Luna filament and advanced generative AI, we're reshaping the line between dreams and reality. We create life.
Everywhere?
For our future. Delphi Corporation.
Let's see about getting passed through to Earth. And why are these things trying to kill us?
There you are. All better.
Oh, I told you, Pragmata. Knew it. I knew it.
I am DI03367. They are pragmatic critics.
Hang on a second.
It's like a sequel to Death Stranding.
Don't you have a name or something? I'm good. Get behind me.
I think I can help.
Targets identified. Neutralizing threats.
Neutralize us?
Looks like we're gonna have to fight our way through. What the?
Bypassing first and second firewalls. Hooking control protocols. Initiating hack.
Hey, D.I.
I said I am
Okay. Look, how about we call you Diana?
Diana?
It's real. It actually has a release window. Okay. They first revealed that in 2020, dude. June of 2020. It's been that long. Announcing it, then taking 6 years. That's crazy. But okay.
Oh, hey, today is Saturday, which means curry time.
Awesome, I love curry.
Speaking of curry, apparently the current president is actually a humane. What does that mean? It's okay, I'll get it.
Curry time.
Romeo! Romeo, stay with me. Grandpa, I'm gonna die. Romeo, listen up. You're gonna die in about 15 seconds. Seriously? Seriously, don't worry. I made this just in case. The Dead Gear Life Support System. Don't move, okay? You're already half dead. From now on, you're half dead man. No, wait, that's pretty lame. Dead man. From now on, you're dead man.
What a bizarre trailer. Do I understand? No. I'm here for it though.
Romeo is a dead man.
What an acid trip.
Coming 2026. Maybe.
Huh? That was Grandpa's voice. Are you like a spirit? I'm on your back. What?
皆さんこんにちは。グラスホッパーマネージャーの須田剛一です。いえ。皆さんトレーラーどうでした？グラスホッパーの久々の新作ロミオ・イザ・デッドマンです。いよいよ発表できました。このゲームはですね、主人公のロミオがロミオ・スターゲーザーという名前なんですけどかっこいいでしょ。時空犯罪 FBI 捜査官として、凶悪なですね指名手配犯をさまざまな時空に飛んで、倒していくそんな、ブラッディなアクションゲームとなっています。そして今回はですね、剣だけじゃありません。銃も使えます。ストロングスタイルのアクションゲームとして、チーム一丸となって頑張って作ってます。そしてなんで、タイトルがですねロミオなのにデッドマンなのか、それは皆さんぜひ続報をお待ちください。 プレイステーション30周年過ぎちゃいましたけどおめでとうございます。それでは引き続きステートオブプレイをお楽しみください。
サクコ、どこ行くの？こっち通るの珍しいね。
今は誰かと喋りたくて。
私も後から行くね。
うん。じゃあね。
裏切り者。
Oh. Sorry, it's Silent Hill F. My camera was covering it.
足の悪いおばあちゃんまでいないなんて、こんなの絶対に変。俺もいないし、気味の悪い怪物がうろつき回ってるし。いや、
ひなこ！
Sticky.
来るな。ひなこ、どこにいるの？ひなこはいいよね。何でも持ってる。そんなあんたがいなくなってくれるんだからせいせいする。一人は嫌だよ。寂しいよ。
I can fix her.
ずっと一緒だよって約束したよね。暗いのは嫌。一人ぼっちは嫌。錯誤。裏切り者。
Okay. Jesus Christ. September 25th. There you go. Around 16th century.
The castle has been sighted again. The Church's orders are absolute. These human sacrifices must be stopped. We will track the ethereal castle, break its gates, and exterminate the creatures that dwell within. The Demon Lord himself will fall by our hand. This mission will test the limits of your courage. You will face horrors beyond your darkest imaginings. Beasts that defy reason. Creatures born of pure darkness.
Bloodstained. Okay. Okay. Bandai
The visuals of
Namco.
Shinjuku that I'm seeing are a hellscape I can't quite put into words. You've somehow been sent back in time 8 years. But the situation here is critical. I'm counting on you, Agent. Our ultimate mission is to uncover the causality between these anomalies.
It's probably a phase electron life form. Is that what you call us Digimon? I'll always be right
Digimon.
here with you.
Who exactly are you working for? I remember you guys.
Who or what is that?
You really don't know anything about the digital world?
We have been enemies for years now, but this is the first time the Titans have launched an attack on this scale.
We now believe most of the anomalies we've been dealing with.
That's an underrated comment. Is this the state of play or the state of anime?
The world on this set is running out of time.
If the gate is open,
They just, again, they have to get like 10, 15 smaller games presented, and then they get into like the big ticket stuff to finish on. But right now we're, what, 15 minutes in? 16 minutes in? They said this is about 40. So we're almost halfway through already.
it can't protect anyone. We must protect the world from them. For this purpose and this purpose alone were you born.
If that thing opens, then we'll be swarmed by Digimon. Attack!
Please, everyone, lend me your strength.
Everything's riding on you.
Yeah, so far Pragmata looked interesting. Everything else I'm like, personally for me. Like Silent Hill F, Last of Us 2 remake. Yeah, let's get on it. The Last of Us Part 1 remastered, remake, remastered. Creative Studio 3. That sounds familiar.
Oh, Father, abandon not your
buddy.
wayward children of Ivalice, but deliver us from our sins, that we might know salvation.
If you feel wronged, blame yourself or the Father.
Why do you fight? Why walk this path of subterfuge and conflict?
The powerful must rule the weak. It is our duty.
Heavens fall upon your crown!
This vile charade has gone on long enough.
Charade.
It ends now.
Final Fantasy Tactics.
Do you remember?
Jason Schreier was suggesting this could happen.
The whistle of a blade of grass.
He's kind of being like very coy with it, but yeah, I remember seeing rumors this could be revealed. Enhanced. Yeah, I know a lot of people that love Tactics.
Hi everyone, I'm Sean Benson.
And I'm Sid Schumann, here to deliver news and release dates for games coming to PS5 later this year.
We hope you enjoyed that first look at Final Fantasy Tactics: The Ivalice Chronicles. The game will include 2 versions of the original PlayStation Classic. The enhanced version, which features improved graphics, fully voiced dialogue, refined gameplay, and much more, as well as the classic version, which brings a faithful recreation of the 1997 original to modern consoles. Final Fantasy Tactics: The Ivalice Chronicles launches on PS5 and PS4 September 30th, and will be available for pre-order later today.
This next game is something really special. When I first played it, I laughed so hard I almost barfed. Let's check it out.
But is there maybe just toilet?
Toilet?
Yeah, I just need to pee.
How badly?
Just normal. Bad.
Just go behind this bush. I'll wait.
I can run away.
Pee shy.
No.
Yeah, no, you don't want me watching.
You can watch.
In baby steps, all you have to do is carefully place one foot in front of the other, which is easier said than done. Main character Nate requires some pretty deliberate movement to make even the simplest progress. It's a captivating open world.
Wasn't this caught in like development hell?
Characters.
Okay, who said queso?
He found it even without a map. The best toilet on the mountain.
Oh, good.
Definitely check this one out when it comes to PS5 on September 8th.
Okay. Maybe it's great. Maybe. Who knows?
Hirogami is a unique action-adventure title from Bandai Namco Studios Singapore. In this journey to save your origami home.
Like, so far, a lot of these, I'm sure, like, are solid games. They're just very niche, you know. But this is why, you know, they do it as a state of play, because it's smaller stuff and some bigger stuff, I'm sure. But, you know, definitely not like the big AAA hitters, heavy hitters that you would kind of hope for.
Hirogami arrives on PS5.
We're over halfway through, though, at this point.
Sid, why don't you tee this next
Yeah.
one up?
Thanks, Sean.
Let's see.
The Hot Shot series has been with PlayStation from the very beginning.
Hot Shot.
In its latest installment, Everybody's Golf Hot Shots.
Well, hold on,
boasts
just a
its
minute.
largest character roster ever. Compete in courses from 10 different regions around the world, each with weather effects and new nighttime variants. Pre-orders begin later today. And those who do will get Bandai Namco's iconic Pac-Man as an early unlockable character.
Dude, they're really pushing the pre-orders. My goodness.
Everybody's Golf Hot Shots drives onto PS5 September 5th.
Ninja Gaiden Ragebound is a challenging new entry in the long-running action franchise. From the makers of the Blasphemous series, Ragebound stars dual protagonists from rival clans, forced to combine their souls and skills against a demon uprising.
These games are straight bangers. Yeah, I mean,
Longtime fans will
I'm sure they're
love
good
the
games.
pulse-pounding soundtrack
They're just
featuring guest
very
composers
niche,
from the
you know?
original series.
Silent Hill's big. Silent Hill's probably not niche. Pragmata might end up being really big.
Ninja Gaiden Ragebound arrives July 31st on PS5 and PS4.
Ooh, a July release. Those are rare. You don't see a lot of July.
From the
this
game
is that.
makers,
Yeah.
Cairn is a survival climbing experience where
Kinda
you must
forgot about
carefully
this.
plan your ascent up a deadly mountain. Manage balance and stamina to discover secrets.
Hey! Hey, wait for me!
Encounter other climbers.
I'm Marco. Nice to meet you.
And survive the harsh conditions of the climb. You can give it a try yourself with a demo that arrives later today.
I was gonna say a demo's a good idea for this. That's because it's like I don't know how it would control. If the controls are awkward, that could kill it.
From us. But there's still a lot of state of play to come.
This next reveal comes from the game preservationist at Digital Eclipse. Nothing can prepare you for their next collection, arriving later this year.
Okay.
We knew pretty early on that the game was fun to play. People were excited about it.
The most rewarding part of it is just seeing people react to it.
We knew that we were onto something.
It was such a shock to see this game. I was like, I can't believe this game exists.
It became something that added to the mystique of Mortal Kombat fatality.
We're showing you a part of a world that is much larger.
There was no template to make the games. It's a bit of the Wild West.
Every part of that game is an expression of who we were and what we wanted to do.
Flawless victory.
That's cool. Just for the sake of preservation, that's cool. Roll back, don't tell DSP. Oh. Oh, is it one of the like accessibility controllers? Oh, it's a fight pad thing. Fight stick. I know what I'm talking about. Okay. Is that big? I don't know.
We have evidence of an enemy intruder. Commence alert formation.
Konami?
That guy? I know he's close.
Yeah, I didn't think this would be here.
We've lost sight of the enemy. Find him. We're under fire. Enemy position unknown.
Loading like this? It's a revolution. All right, Commander. Baby. Take this. Here comes another one. You won't get away from me. Time for you to taste some real pain.
What's the matter? I'm over here. Go back to your own world. See you in hell. I'll grind you into nothing. What the?
Shot the crap out of a monkey.
Gotcha.
Huh. There you go. And more. Is that like a prop hunt mode?
Spirit stones. Shining stones
Multiplayer or
imbued
something?
with
Yeah.
humankind's never-ending dreams. Since time immemorial, this power has been the impetus for human wars.
Team Ninja! Oh, buddy! Lightweight!
Such an ominous atmosphere, and one thick with the presence of Aratama.
Oh, buddy, oh.
What makes a shogun? Here is my answer.
Enchanté, madame.
How foolish of you to have entered the depths of hell.
Neo 3. Wow. I did not have that on my list. There you go.
Who might you be, warrior?
Tokugawa Takechiyo.
Early 26.
皆さんこんにちは。チーム忍者の安田です。戦国死にゲーシリーズの最新作2王3をついに発表させていただきました。今作のアクションはシリーズおなじみのサムライスタイルに加え、新たに忍者スタイルを追加。より多彩な戦闘を楽しめます。ステージもオープンフィールドとなり、探索や攻略の自由度や没入感が大幅にアップしています。本日よりプレイステーション5で体験版も配信してご意見をいただければと思います。
Okay.
2026年の発売に向け続報にもぜひご期待ください。
PSVR 2. My camera's covering it.
How old the city really is. For me, it's all I've ever known. My whole world.
Her voice is super familiar.
I was raised in this city's shadow. Free to take whatever I need to survive. This city hides many lost and legendary treasures. Locked away.
It kind of looks like these.
Waiting to be found. Waiting to be taken. But some treasures come with more trouble than others.
I thought I was dead.
Yeah, thief here.
And who are you?
Well, there you go.
Tidewalker.
Tiny apple. Need a baby one. Oh yeah.
Cleo has uncovered a formula for a cure, but she's keeping it safe in her tower.
This is super familiar.
Hey, you got some hosen?
Marketland seems a bit tense today. I heard something happen with another Tidewalker. Damn it! It's gone! Someone beat us to it!
Ever since the Great Flood, Elland, my dear planet, has been dying. Plastemia has taken everything from us. But you Tidewalkers are all connected.
Hey, you! Stop right there!
And it's up to you now to use that power.
This is our new recruit!
Please, help me. Get down!
Tidewalkers, will you help us?
Yeah, it seems really interesting. I don't fully understand how it works, but at least it seems cool in concept. Like, I'm intrigued. Like, you pick up where others left off and deal with their
Hi, I'm Nicholas Doucet, the game director of Astrobot. It's a pleasure to be back today to share more news with you. What a last few months it has been in the world of Astro. Astrobot launched last September to such encouraging feedback, even receiving a few honors we are truly grateful for. In October, we added 5 speedrun levels, followed by a Christmas special packed with festive surprises. And then earlier this year, the Vicious Void Galaxy made its appearance, adding yet more new challenging levels, all of which came at no additional cost. And today, I am pleased to announce that later this month, you will be able to enjoy 5 brand new challenge levels in Astrobot, bringing the total to a whopping 90 planets. And new special bots will be there too, including Atsu from Ghost of Yotei, alongside other fans' favorites, but these ones are a surprise. And finally, the Astrobot DualSense wireless controller will return later this year, with a slight twist, so be on the lookout for more news coming soon. From all of us at Team Asobi, thank you all for the amazing reception you gave our game, and enjoy the rest of the show.
It's cute. I'll take pirate adjacent stuff. You're showing me ships. Show me anything.
My old man always said to me, he told me to get a ship. Then it hit me all so clear. No
Hard.
Man just got a ship.
Half-mast.
Memories go, memories stay. We're chasing the sound of the waves. It always sways, it always strays. Standing on the beach all day. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Don't stand up. Okay. Okay. Mommy. Okay. I love the art style too. I swear if they reveal this is like a mobile game, like a gacha game or something, I'm gonna cry. Sea of Remnants 2026. Okay, I'm paying attention. Anything pirate? I'm in. Love pirates. Indeed, Avery, indeed. Thank you. Okay, just to put it in perspective, at this point, we are 35-ish minutes, 36 minutes in. They said it's 40 minutes. Okay. We're in the home stretch. Sword of the Sea. Imagine this is the new Tony Hawk Pro Skater game. We just decided to take it in a different direction. That's gorgeous, dude. Sword of the Sea. August.
Hi everyone, I'm Kristen Zatani. That was a new look at Sword of the Sea, a visually striking adventure from the team behind Abzu and The Pathless. We're excited to announce that Sword of the Sea will launch this summer into the PlayStation Plus game catalog.
Oh, wow.
On June 17th, Remedy brings otherworldly action to game catalog with FBC Firebreak. In this cooperative FPS set in the paranatural world of Control, you and two fellow agents must confront and contain the reality-warping chaos found within the oldest house. Fun in short bursts or deep dives, FBC Firebreak launches day one into game catalog on June 17th.
Okay. I think it's also Game Pass too, isn't it?
The PlayStation Plus Classics catalog welcomes several new titles this summer. The PS2 version of legendary immersive sim Deus Ex arrives June 17th. In July, Twisted Metal 3 and Twisted Metal 4 join the service just in time for the second season premiere of Twisted Metal, which arrives July 31st in select countries, including Peacock in the US. Additionally, two of Capcom's most beloved games from the original PlayStation are set to join the Classics lineup. Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3 will arrive later this summer in the Classics catalog.
That's cute.
Additionally, Myst and Riven will arrive later this month as part of the Days of Play celebration, running now through June 11th. Days of Play is a 2-week event that includes bonus PlayStation Plus content drops, great deals on software and hardware, and more. Visit PlayStation Blog and PlayStation.com for full details.
Cap.
His parents cut their own rope to save him. He watched them fall, then found his way off that mountain. He was 11 years old.
Oh,
He then
007.
started a grand tour of every major boarding school in Britain.
Always at the top of his class.
Always at odds with authority. Same thing in the Navy.
His superiors all praise his instincts.
And they're all in need of early retirement. Nobody knows what to do with him, Mom.
No, and I suspect he feels the same way. But what he did in Iceland...
What he did in Iceland was insubordination. It was ill-disciplined, utterly reckless. He only survived thanks to blind luck. Give me one good reason to put him in the program, Mom.
I think you just covered them all, Greenway. It's really quite simple. Bond is a bullet without a target. Let's give him one.
Da-da. Da-da.
Do you have an appointment?
The name's Bond.
James Bond. He's with me.
And you are? Don't think we've had the pleasure.
Now let's not get ahead of ourselves, James.
So you shouldn't have.
We're facing a situation of the utmost delicacy. I need all my pieces on the board.
009 is a master manipulator. Whatever the endgame is, we won't see it coming.
Shout out, Chess.
Jet lag. Gets me every time.
She's not your friend, Bond. She's an asset.
With respect, Mom. To hell with that. Tell me, what do you do, James? Lately, headhunting.
He looks so familiar.
I suppose this is another teachable moment.
Well, there you go. Ooh, buddy. Ooh, buddy. Lightweight. Interesting. Interesting. Gameplay reveal this summer. Games Fest?
Hello, I'm Hakan Abrak, CEO of Interactive. The team is thrilled to announce 007 First Flight. You'll experience James Bond as a young air crewman in the Royal Navy. Before the tuxedo and the martinis, as he first steps into the world of espionage, striving to earn his 00 status. Everyone at Interactive has poured their passion and dedication into crafting an experience that honors the legacy of Bond, harnessing our 25 years of agent expertise. This is just the beginning of our journey with 007, and we can't wait to share more with you soon.
Color me intrigued. I'm intrigued. I just hope they don't do an episodic thing with it. That's my one hope. PlayStation. Yeah, Ghost of Yote. To finish it out.
You're still with me?
Animal companion. Wolf. Yeah, called it. Coming in July? You can't do me like that. What? Dude, what a blue balls moment. What is that, dude? I'm sorry, I don't even know what their show is. Captain America or something? What the hell was that? Like... I'm sorry, I'm distracted now. What am I looking at? Capcom or Marvel Fighting Collection thing. What a blue balls moment. What the? Okay. An announcement for the reveal of the gameplay. Okay. Maybe they just wanted to have it like everybody expected it here, and instead of showing the gameplay, they needed another month, and they want to do like a standalone thing for it. I don't know, man. That's so weird. That's so weird. Is it just me, or is that weird? It feels weird. Like, I'm sure they did that because everybody was expecting gameplay or something for it. So if it just wasn't here, they were worried it would just piss people off. So they're like, yeah, wait, the gameplay's not ready for the deep dive, so let's give it another month and we'll just do like a teaser. But feels weird, man. Feels weird. Anyway. I'm still distracted. Mainly, I'm not big into fighting games, so I'm like kind of distracted, but I just can't get over that. That's so weird, man. I was like, that, yeah, they're gonna finish the show with that gameplay deep dive. That makes sense. But now they're on this. I don't think they'll finish the show with Marvel, right? They've got to have one more something up their sleeve. I guess last minute guesses. What did they finish the show on? What's the final thing? What's the final reveal? Unless it's this, if they like Marvel cut them a massive check for this, I don't know. What's the final guess? God of War 2.5D, something or other, maybe. Or maybe they're planning to do like a Sony PlayStation showcase in July, and that's where they'll do the gameplay in God of War. You think this is it? I don't know, man. If this is it, that would be crazy. Now like a developer interview, I guess.
プレイステーションの友人から急になんか飲みに行こうぜっていう連絡が来て、なんのこっちゃと思って、予定合わせて行ったんですけど、ちょっと飲んでる中で実はアクの方でマーベルの格闘ゲームを
Yeah, it's just like a developer interview.
いうような提案をいただきまして。
Dude, hold on, what's the chat doing? Bro got my heartstrings and yanked them. Did they turn off the chat? Why is it not loading? There it goes, okay. I don't know, man. My red flag just fell off the table. Is that symbolic? Is there a ghost trying to tell me something?
For working on this project really came from a place of pure fandom and wanting to say, why isn't PlayStation in this space? So PlayStation approached us
because there's so much money to be made. Notice they're doing a fight stick and they're doing this. So
we had worked with them before on successful stuff like the Marvel Spider-Man franchise with Insomniac.
When it came to approaching Marvel, you have to kind of first float the idea and let them know, hey, we're thinking about approaching a company like Arc System Works to make a fighting game. We'd love to partner with you to do this really great collaboration. Would you be interested?
When they named the developer, that really perked up our ears. It's always refreshing to work with a team that will take on the challenge of tackling Marvel, putting their own spin on it, and they're just uppercutting that challenge into the stratosphere. And that's
do we have people who are super into fighting games? Can somebody tell me about this dev? And also this. Does this look really, really good, or is this like just a cash grab? Like what do you see? Because I don't know enough about fighting games to like have any clear idea of whether this looks amazing or bad.
The tough part is finding a partner that's
Arxis is legit. Okay.
Because you either do something like this.
I see foolishness. Arc is goated. Okay. So this is presumably like a really big deal, right?
How they would approach certain IPs. You come in with your kind of own expectations of, here's what I would expect to see from Arc System Works when they take on a Marvel IP. And what came up was something that went beyond that.
一番最初にマーベルさんに提出した時はなんとなくマイケルさんの反応はあんまり芳しくなかった印象があって、何がまずいのかなっていろいろこうやっぱり直接話していくうちにもっとアークのやりたいマーベルを見せてくれというような話をいただいたことがあって。
I remember personally the first time I saw Iron Man was really when I felt we had something special.
なので今回のアイアンマンのデザインを皆さんご覧いただければ分かると思うんですけども、かなりこう日本らしいアークシステムワークスらしいデザインっていうのが、出ているかなと思うので、マーベルの皆さんの反応がすこぶるよくて、あ、これなんだみたいないう感じで。
Iron Man is supposed to be the sleek fighter jet, think luxury race car mixed with a brick house. And the fact that they added anime mech elements to him just felt really naturally at home.
One of the mantras that we have for this project is
I do appreciate that it has its own vibe and flair instead of just being like every other Marvel thing.
Creators that are doing awesome work here and bring that to the global platform.
特別なところいっぱいあるんですけど、本当にやっぱり強調すべきは、格闘ゲームのチームバトルの中では4対4というのがまず本当に意欲的で挑戦的なところだというところと、
4 on
4 looks at
4
these Marvel characters. It's not simply just the visuals, it's also the gameplay mechanics and adding in that what is that pop? What is going to be something that's different? Up until now, you've seen tag fighters that have 2v2, 3v3. We felt like we just had to go 4v4. And in doing so, we found a lot of unique and fun ways to change up the gameplay that I think players are going to be very excited to see.
今回4対4という革新的なところにチャレンジしている中で4キャラクター練習しないと勝てないんじゃないのとか安心してください。
Learning 4 characters is extremely daunting, but the team at Arc System Works has found a way to design a system that adapts to your playstyle. So you could either duke it out as just the leader and 3 assists, or you can tag in your assists to swap the leader and change the matchup on the fly.
I don't think a lot of people thought this day would be here, would come. You know, this has just been an awesome journey, and I'm excited that we get to be able to share it with all the fans out there.
I'll tell you right now, a lot of fighting games, they never get to experience this level of production, and it's just a dream to even be working with these two great partners.
それは決してビジネスという枠組みではなくて、それぞれの強い思いの中で
I think you might be right. I think this is the finisher.
いいゲームにしてファンに届けようと。
The more I hear them describe, it's a business partnership. It's more than that. It's more than just that. I'm starting to get the feeling like this is their capstone.
キャラクターも発表していきたいと思いますし、キャラクター以外のコンテンツというところも今後いろいろ出ていくと思います。今しばらく楽しみにお待ちいただければなと思います。Stay tuned.
Like, this could end up being huge. I just am not in tune with fighting games. So this could be massive. I know Mortal Kombat's been a disappointment recently, so it could be massive. I just, it's not my thing.
You're still with me?
For a second, I was like, oh, they faked us out? No. No way. Do they really not have one more thing?
Truly unavoidable.
Wow. 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 Okay. Wow. Wow. I'm a little shook, dude. Like, what? What was that, bro? Am I okay? Every once in a while, you gotta pause and be like, is it me? Like, it was like the one game I really wanted, just not there. So therefore I'm like, oh, it's bad. Maybe it's not fair. But it really feels like that was not great, man. I was the first vote on Jeff's poll. I was the first vote. Lock it in. Yeah, that seemed bizarrely not great. Like, I appreciate having like 007. I think that's going to be cool. It's not a PlayStation game. Like, that's going to be a cross-platform. That's going to be, all over the place. So it's not them. So, like, it doesn't feel that significant. Neo 3, okay. Interesting. That pirate game, I'll follow it. Pragmata could be weird. But like it really, really feels like Albert, this could have been an email. Yeah, kinda, Bloodstain, I'm a sucker for that. I thought it was good. Okay, yeah. I mean, there were some games like if you were into Final Fantasy Tactics, I could see that being a huge one for you. So I could see that. But what just shook me was the fact that they showed Ghost of Yotei and we're like, okay, here we go. And then they're like, yeah, come back in a month. It feels weird. Is that not weird? It feels really stupid. Like you can just tell they had the show set up and then they're like, okay, well, if we don't show Ghost of Yotei, our huge game coming later this year, people are going to be like, what the hell was that? So we'll show it, but the gameplay's not ready. So we need another month. Like, what are they doing? Yeah. And no marathon. Dude, we were over here like, maybe they show Wolverine. Maybe they show Resident Evil. Maybe they show Ghost of Yotei, the game coming out in 6 months. Maybe they show something. No, they're like, here's a fight stick and a fighting game we're making. And I'm sure the fighting game is probably going to be really good. But like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Well, that state of play was insanely underwhelming again. Man. Yeah, I mean, it's not the stats you want to see. We'll see if it levels out. I'm wondering who's giving it an A. Even if you love like Final Fantasy Tactics, you probably you liked that. You probably didn't love a lot of the other stuff. Or same with the fighting games. You got, I guess, the fighting stick and Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. It's just a bunch of Jeff accounts. refresh vote. Silent Hill, yeah, I guess Silent Hill. If you really like Silent Hill F, maybe that popped off. I don't know. I think I speak for everyone when I say, what the hell was that? Ricardo, this only tells me that I'll buy the PS6 in 3 years probably. This was to sell the new fighting stick. I miss E3, to be honest. Just made everything feel bigger. I mean, I thought really PlayStation could come in here and blow people away with maybe a God of War spinoff and Ghost of Yotei. Now I'm getting the vibe that they're going to do a showcase or a state of play in July, showing off gameplay of Ghost of Yotei, and maybe that's when they reveal the God of War spinoff. I'm just surprised it's like they gave up competing with SGF and everything. I mean, it feels that way. Could have literally waited until July. That's what I'm confused about. It's like they felt like they needed something, but maybe, I mean, it might not actually be that incorrect. It might actually legitimately just be that they're like, we need to compete with, we need to release and announce this fighting game, and we have a fighting stick, and so let's just put some stuff together. I don't know. Bond game looks good. Yeah, the Bond game looks good, but like, it's not a first party thing. It's going to be on all platforms, and I think it's going to, like, they'll probably have another trailer at SGF. Let's be honest, maybe Xbox or whatever. I don't know. The blue ballsing of Ghost of Yotei is what really surprised me. I'm just like, what? It's just so weird. It was just so weird. But yeah, 007 looks cool. I think we can all say sorry to Maddie. Maddie was hoping for Knights of the Old Republic. They did not. they did not have that. No Saros. No. Why is everyone crashing out? It's a now state of play showcase. They were never going to show anything big. I think there's a couple things people were hoping for something big, even though it's a state of play. But they also were hoping to see the things that were shown. Like you show Ghost of Yotei, and then you just like, I don't know. It was weird. It was weird. But either way, 007 I think looks really interesting. Where was I? Given the amount of Japanese games, I just don't think we Europeans and Americans are the target audience for PlayStation sometimes. Or is that a weird take? No, I think it's fair. I think it's also, I mean, maybe the goal is just, okay, this state of play, we're just going to focus on that stuff. And then in July, we'll focus on the stuff more for Western audiences and we'll go that way. That might honestly be the strategy, is just bundle them together. It's possible. Blistered Soul, thank you for the 2. I trust giant squids have cooked up some fire. Yeah, I think a lot of those games, like I said, a lot of those games would be, well, I'm sure pretty good, but I think it's just people are hoping for PlayStation to finally get their act together with their first party stuff, and still they just seem to have not much to show, you know? If you got nothing to show, don't show it. That's kind of my thought. It's weird to do an announcement for an announcement at your big state of play, but whatever. Nerdy Giant, okay, I get it wasn't the best, but people need to calm down. People get hyped up and upset because they hype themselves up. And that's true. Hype makes you stupid. Hype makes you stupid. But even still, I think it's fair to be frustrated with that Ghost of Yotei blue ballsing. I mean, because they straight up blue balls the shit out of people. Like, pretty hardcore, dude. Like, that was weird. That was one of the weirder things I've seen in a while. Like, straight up build up to the big reveal. Come back in July, and then here's this, I'm sure probably a really good fighting game, but it feels weird. It feels weird. Where's Black Flag Remake? I don't think we see that till like December at the earliest. Yeah. I'm definitely getting a PC now. Well, it's just like PlayStation has amazing first party stuff, but it's just it's weird that they don't, that they've had not much to show on that front for a while. You know, Insomniac's Wolverine again. I didn't think we were going to see that, and we sure didn't. Yeah. Absolute ass. That's funny. That's funny. You got me. But anyway, there you go. Wolverine canceled, maybe? No. I've heard people say that, and it doesn't make any sense to me. People are like, oh, some of it leaked, so they're going to cancel it. What? I don't see that. Yeah. I mean, so far, Jeff's got 20,000 votes on his poll, and 17% of people are giving it an A, 25 a B, 24 a C. I mean, you could flip it and just be like, oh, well, actually, you know, you've got well over half of people are going C, D, or F. But yeah, I don't know. It was just weird. Weirdly paced. But it's probably because the only thing I'm really, really interested in that showcase was Ghost of Yotei. And that was the thing they faked us out with. So it just feels weird. But anyway, D all the way. You can always take the D. You know, you can always take the D. Okay. Gavin at the start of that asked, do you think we'll see Wolverine? It's been almost 4 years since we got anything official. Sorry. Logan, do you think Bungie will need to change the name of Marathon? No, I don't think they do that. Marathon's got like a 20-year history. I don't think they do anything like that. Jack, thank you for the 5. I thought PlayStation completely gave up on PSVR 2 after its abysmal sales. I think a lot of people did, which is why it's kind of surprising they're still making games for it, but there you go. They're still doing it. Christian, thank you for that. Super chat. Lost? Not sure what that means, but thank you. Jay, am I wrong, or was there only one first-party game the whole time? I think one of the PSVR games was first-party, but I think close to that, yeah. Jason, thank you for that one. Feels like there's a bunch of missing live service titles that they were hoping to show off this year, but now they've got very little to show off. Well, I mean, originally they were probably planning on showing off Fair Games, and then that got delayed and pushed back and delayed and pushed back, and then they, of course, I think kind of went back to the drawing board with this latest variation of it, so who knows. Arik says, my expectations were low, but not this low. Friend Computer, they focused on AA titles because AAA studios have wasted the generation working on dead live service games. Well, dead implies they were alive at one point, and most of them were canceled before that. So, you know, it's not that simple. Scuzz Daddy, thank you for the Prime. Berkeley, thank you for the Prime as well. Buck's Basement, thank you for the 2. I miss E3, TBH, just made everything feel bigger. Well, I mean, everybody came out swinging at E3. This time around, like, it feels like a lot of companies just come out, put something out there, and then move on. You know, it feels a little more underwhelming. James Bond does look good, yeah. Yeah, connection again. I think I speak for everyone when I say, what the hell was that? Let's see. Yeah, selling the fighting stick. Could have literally just waited until July. That's kind of, I mean, that's where maybe the saving grace is that, okay, it's like a little underwhelming on the first party side. Or even pretty underwhelming on the first party side, but their goal is perhaps in July to come out swinging with that. Maybe that's the goal. Yeah, new James Bond looks hot as hell. Yeah, I'm excited to see more about that. Red Michaels membership. Yeah, Europeans and Americans may not be the goal. Giant Squid, Raphael, why is everybody crashing out? Come on, it's almost the end of the generation. And you think this is okay? I mean, again, maybe in July they just come out with the first party stuff, but it's very frustrating to see, you know, PlayStation still have almost nothing on the first party side to really showcase. I can focus on the backlog. That's a plus, right? Insomniac is finally sleeping. That's an underrated comment, Rodra. That's good. Insomniac finally sleeping. Gavin, no Wolverine after 4 years. Is it in trouble? I mean, maybe. I'm sure the leaks didn't help, but I don't think they canceled it, you know. I just don't see any reason to think that happened. I'm not RJ. Thank you for the 5. When I saw that reverse from the Marvel fighting game, I totally thought it was going to be Wolverine. This was just a shrug and whatever. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just they, I think, just are moving on, and now it's going to be pretty easy. I think if Microsoft has even one big surprise announcement, I think that they just, you know, that's a slam dunk. I think Starfield now almost certainly is revealed to be coming to PlayStation 5 at Summer Games Fest. But it makes me think Jeff probably has a pretty big show. And I think Xbox will have a really big show. Nate the Hate says Silksong will be playable by end of summer. Thoughts? Any chance of a shadow drop? Yesterday they updated CD key on Steam after 5 years. Yeah, I think they probably could do that. I mean, after this, it's been so long, a shadow drop would be kind of like a big dick move, you know? Arik, my clown makeup stays on. Hopefully for just a little while longer. Yeah. But yeah, Silksong, I could see that. I could see that happening. Yeah. James Bond. Sorry, sir, you're not old enough to drink here. Mission failed. Da-na, da-na, da-na-na. Da-na-na, da-na. Yeah. I'm excited for this. Again, please, just don't do an episodic thing. Give me a full game. That's the one thing I have been frustrated with them before over is I personally don't like episodic stuff. And so when they break it up and they're like, hey, play these 5 missions and then next month you can play 5 more. Like, I don't like that. Give me the whole game. That's the one thing I'm hoping that we find out is not the case. I hope they are not doing episodic stuff. Tyler, think of that one. One thing worth mentioning is that PlayStation are at SGF, so there could be something bigger there. Thanks for the great work as always. It's possible they have something. It could also just mean we're going to get another trailer for the Marvel game and the fight stick. You know, so you just never know. It could be that they're going to do a big showcase of some big game, but it also could just be that they're going to do a commercial, you know. Not even a look, guys, we're still working on these first party games. Feels like they're not really confident about them. No, I just don't think they have anything to show. I think they're going to wait till it's ready. And, you know, in a year when they show it, it's probably going to be really cool. And it's going to be like, oh, they were working on it. Oh, it's feel good about it. Okay, good. But right now, I think you're okay feeling like, what the hell are we doing? You know? Let's see. Cammy. That State of Play was about a C+. Japanese developers showed out. Neo 3 was a huge surprise and was the highlight of the show. No Ghost of Yotei. In fact, barely any first party. Pragmata looks interesting. Also gives Stellar Blade vibes visually. Silent Hill F looks dope and is out in just 3 months. Yeah. I mean, I think if you like Silent Hill, yeah, it's pretty much like pick 2 of these and then it's probably like a B show for you. For me, I'm like, Sea of Remnants is interesting. I want to find out more about that. 007's interesting. I want to know more about that. Pragmata could be cool, could be weird, could be just nonsense. Who knows? But a lot of these, for somebody like me, are just a swing and a miss. I'm just like, eh. So, next year. Next year or July. We'll see July. Yeah. Man. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Can't wait for Arc Raiders on Friday. Yeah, there's a good chance it shadow drops. There's a really good chance. Yeah, really good chance. Well, everybody. It is now 4 p.m. I need to go give my wife a break, help her with the kids and stuff, handle dinner and stuff like that. So I think I have to call it there. But it's been a wonderful time. Tomorrow, I am flying out to Los Angeles, and we are going to have Summer Games Fest and play days and all that stuff. So you'll get a lot of content from me over the next few days and weekend. So just buckle up for that. But as for streams, like probably won't stream on Friday, but we will post videos because I'll actually be at the theater for Summer Games Fest. So we'll make content, but I like probably won't be physically streaming. But either way, we should have plenty of stuff coming out. Thank you guys so much for watching and hanging out with us. It's been a wonderful time. I'm very glad to have all of you here. It was a joy, a pleasure, as always. But until next time, my friends, I'll see you soon. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.